watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Oh boy. Hello everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as always, I'm happy you all are here. You can see I'm Rebecca, and things would not be normal if everything didn't shut down the last minute. So thanks for being patient. I think we were a smidge late, but I'm glad that we are here, and let's get to chatting. Let's go ahead and get our good friend Samuel Hofman here added. Hi Sam, how are you?
Hello. Yeah.
Yes. I know. I'm trying to act like nothing's wrong. Everything's great, but
of course it's going to jump on you 5 minutes before the show. That's normal. Isn't that normal?
I know, but at least, hey, you're not cutting out like you were.
Not
your
currently.
Connection is better than last week. So
right
have that going for us.
Backstage before the show, I was, but I'm not currently. So. And we have some things to talk about, but yeah, go ahead and bring everybody else in.
I do. I've made so many videos for today. It's going to be fun. Yeah. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and get
that week
our
off
next
was
person. The what? The cough? What'd you say?
Well, having the week in between a show, the week between shows.
Oh, a whole week.
Was
yes,
interesting.
I'm enjoying it. I don't know about you, but. Or you, everybody else, but it's been good for me.
Yeah, there was more time for other
one
things.
One show a week, and even pushing the show back 1 hour later. I don't know. It's been a huge improvement. So we have Jesus to thank for that. That was his suggestion. So it's all on the up and up for me. I'm happy. Good. So yeah, let's go ahead and get our good friend Gillian Watson in Scotland. Hello, how are you today?
There.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
Good to be here.
Yeah, well, I know. It's like I do notice it being a whole week, though. It's like I haven't seen her face in a week.
Yeah, but I think it chills us all out, and then we're ready to go on with all our information. And
I know.
Not so harassed.
It was a little weird not talking to everybody, but
right. Well, we do need to have at least. An occasional evening show. I still want to do that. Once in a while, we need to throw an evening show in there for fun, so we deserve to have fun. So, yeah. Okay. Hey, guess who I see next is here is Jesus in Utah. Hi there, Jesus.
Hi, everybody.
I don't know why I said New Mexico one day because I totally know it's Utah.
Well, it used to be. It was for the longest time. So,
Yeah.
I think about half the time I've known you was in New Mexico, and the other half is Utah. So yeah, it's understandable.
At least I was, partly right in a way.
Yeah, you were kind of you were basically
yeah.
Well, how many people out there for the last week have been having brain glitches left and right? I know I have. I've been.
Yes.
Doing the weirdest, oddest, like you got to be kidding. I just did that. What? That it's like reaching for the light switch when it's not there.
Oh, they don't Yeah, I've been doing the same.
I had a week of that.
Yeah.
I had 3 days off work because I really, I felt honestly like I was seasick. I felt nauseous.
I had a really bad for a couple of days this week again as well.
It
was like, what the hell is this? I was hearing yesterday. I was hearing the weirdest damn thing in the sky, and it literally sounded like somebody's radio, but it wasn't somebody's radio, and it wasn't an airplane because the airplane didn't go away forever. And it was like, what in the hell am I hearing? So, there's no telling. And here I'm trying to, stay in a scientific mode rather than going cuckoo crazy, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And it's been a weird week. It has. We got a lot of weird photos in this week as well.
Oh, we got so much to see, you guys.
That's so weird.
There was a lot happening. Weather-wise,
a
lot of stuff. So.
That's why I have so many things to share because
like big hail, not here, but other people.
I believe I've seen our missing friend, Planet Matim, and I think our missing friend, Planet Matim, has been around a little bit longer than I think it's been hiding from me right in plain sight again.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to continue a new study. I can't completely say that I'm absolutely sure, but the other morning, prior to sunrise, I was watching Yuri go over the top, deeper to the western sky than sunrise, because prior for the last couple of years, she's been in the north by northeast morning sunrise routine for many years now. And now it's going over the top of us higher at sunrise, literally where it's almost straight up. And so I was looking under Yuri and all the drop down, salamander asteroid group and everything. And it was farther and being illuminated in the almost northwest by western sky from point of view as I'm looking due north. And the sun is rising in the east by northeast. Keep that in mind as well. And I'm seeing illuminations that I've not seen at that hour before, because I'm always up before sunrise and watching, because that's the best time in the world for me to catch the planets is when it's sunrise, because you can see the shadow behind it. It's so freakish cool. And
sunrise is my favorite.
Go ahead.
I want to go ahead. I see Christoper is here, so I want to go ahead and get him added so he can talk about his Matim experiences if he has any. So what does Matim look like over Vegas?
Now everybody for the new folks.
Hang on.
For the new folks, Matim is the seventh planet, and it's the smallest out of all of them, and it's very, very bright blue. And it's got some rather unusual white land masses on it, and
do we have
we believe that you can, if you know. I'm going to go back through and I'm going to look through a whole series of stuff that I've collected for the last month or so, and I've been noticing it in the background, and I go, what's that? And I didn't chalk it up because we were right in the middle of giving other people, like the asteroid Lorraine or Poppy, for Leandra over there, and I was trying not to just go crazy and lay a whole bunch of cards on the table in front of the new folks all at the same time. But there's been an illumination and an actual object that has now become larger. And then even like a week and a half ago, Rebecca and I were looking at a photograph, and she was asking me about it, and it was a serious photograph.
Yes,
and it was in the southern sky, and I couldn't. Okay, I couldn't for the life of me. I knew what it was, but I couldn't explain which it was, because it was small, and it was a phenomenon that we're accustomed to, but it was in a place that I couldn't account for. Okay, dry throat, cough drop number one already.
Do we know what Matim, what kind of planet it is? I have little to zero experience.
It's I only have a few pictures of it, and there's no way for me to actually physically prove that those
is he patching
way
out?
back when. Now I have way more pictures of it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Trying to get.
Here I'm going to start chopping.
Yeah.
I don't have enough pictures to actually prove that what I'm talking about is Matim.
Well, but okay. So what are you leaning towards? If you don't, I know you don't like to speculate without knowing.
Well, we know that Matim is bright blue. Now, during that process of me watching the sunrise, I saw a very bright, intense blue illumination under Yuri and between Yuri and Saru. And it was so bright, and it was there for like 5 minutes, and then it was gone. And the size of it was in the middle compared to asteroids, and I knew it couldn't be the blue asteroid, because the blue asteroid would have to be much farther away from the side of Yuri at the out view. So this is behind the effects of the lower base cloud of Yuri, and yet to the right of it, but it's still way on the left-hand side of the sun. So then I had to interject, okay, what's behind Yuri? Well, we know that Saru is behind Uri. And see, in this drawing, I've got Matim on the left.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if we see where the blue? Okay, see in the middle of this drawing, it says blue and red, and then there's a little asterisk. The asterisks stand for they equal asteroids. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that Matim is to the right-hand side between Uri and Saru now, and I drew it in wrong. Now maybe, at the beginning of the month I thought it was here, but I was trying to represent it. I was trying to bring back the fact that that's the orbit. We know that it goes from Saru, and then it runs around past Uri, and then back towards Saru, and behind Saru, and then out, and then comes back. So it is very likely between Uri and Saru, but on the right-hand side in our outview. And I drew this in wrong, but I knew Matim needed to be accounted for. And I think we're seeing, now I'll have to change this and move it up to right where it says blue and red.
So if it's on the right
it's side, in the background.
So we could be seeing it then, short.
I think I seen it at night.
I was mixing it in because the blue asteroid is also in that area. But then the blue asteroid is much smaller and then has the central dot facial markings that we've come to know about. I throw it again. And so it was much bigger and much bluer. And I went, oh my God, that has to be Matim. Wow. And I saw it by eye. So, and then now I'm going to go back and I'm going to do a little more research through the last month or so's pictures, because it may have been visible in front of us and I just didn't catch it.
I see. I'll be on the lookout. I've never, 2017 is when I started your group, Sam. And so has Matim been around since 2017? Because I don't remember much about it.
No, by 2017, Matim was going back towards Saru and then being lost in the brilliance of Saru, because Saru is so huge and Matim is so small that it would be a dot in front of Saru, and it would be a blue dot and a bright blue, and then all that has to do with it. And Matim is immensely bright blue.
Okay.
And it doesn't. I'm trying to remember.
But with all the debris between Saru and Uri, there must be a little difficult to see it.
Well, there's a debris field in between Uri and Saru as well that we don't even talk about.
Wow.
What we're seeing is the debris field between Uri and Atu's moon, and the stuff underneath of it, and the stuff preceding it, like the lead asteroid and the red asteroid and the green asteroid. And those are the biggies that are proceeding on that same orbital plane model, but they're way far out, and that's why we saw them illuminating even prior in the early years, 2010, 2009, where we saw the illumination of the object cluster group and the lead asteroid, which is self-luminescent repeatedly all the time under different conditions, and has to do with an ion bleed off between the planets next to it, and it travels through space and whatever. The way it works, it's an electric universe. Remember, this is electrical bodies, not gravitational, so there's more to it. Anyway, I lost the topic there for a second, but the point of it is there's so much in there that I believe that we have been actually looking at Matim for, even a month or two by now. Now that Uri is rising and she's going up above us and she's going farther beyond Earth to the west at sunrise now than it used to be. So now we're seeing the stuff underneath and in between Uri and Saru, and I believe that Matim is making a new cameo.
Wow.
It's off in the distance behind everything else we've been watching. So that's why, we may have just chalked it up as the regular everything else. But then what I saw by eye was so big and so blue, I went, wow, that can't be an asteroid that we haven't accounted for, so it has to be. And it was so bright, it had to be a planet. I can't see it yet.
Oh, okay. It's that one picture. See, I saw those stripes to the right, and I thought, well, maybe that's a really close up of the lead object, but I've never really seen anything quite like this before.
Let's divide the picture. Everything on the left-hand side of that, the base cloud, those middle three ring things. Everything that side is blue Uri. You can actually see the stripes. Let's start with the dark areas first. We're talking on the left-hand picture. Okay. You can see the stripes of Uri, the dark blue area. Just to the side of Uri on the right, in the middle of that triple base cloud thing, look at the light and see the rounded edge of a very bright blue planet.
Yeah.
Which you can also look on the picture on the right to see.
Yeah.
There is a rounded, very bright blue planet inside that cloud.
Wow.
Yeah. Is that Atu's moon?
It's very large.
Then? Like the white area?
No, Atu's moon can't be there because Atu's moon has to be up to the upper right, left corner. And this is not the base cloud of Nepenthe because Nepenthe base cloud does not look like that.
Oh.
That is a very rounded, very large, big blue object.
I'm catching on.
That is way too big to be the blue asteroid.
See?
So this is Matim.
And I thought I saw it there the other morning illuminate in that same spot. And I've been watching ever since on, pictures people sending in. I haven't said anything. But I really do believe planet number 7 is here and right in front of our face and has been for quite a while. And we have been missing it.
Oh, well, that makes sense why
it's always cool.
Like anything else.
And I think it's right behind Uri.
Yeah.
See, we're looking at the edge. Everything blue on the left-hand side in both of these photos is Uri, and you can see the stripes in the left-hand photo. You can see the little lightened blue stripes, the light blue, which are the stripes in the dark blue planet. But the sunlight is filtering through right at the edge of Uri, and the sun is behind it. That's the white part with a little touch of yellow. But above that yellow is a big rounded blue circular bright planet. And I couldn't account for that. That is too big to be the blue asteroid. And we know that everything that is to the left-hand side of the sun is compared to the site drawings. And we have no very large rounded object of that size because it's way too small to be Atu's moon.
Yeah.
So it has to be.
So
and it is probably due south.
What do you think is causing those stripes on the right hand side? Those, the ring.
The ring.
I was
going to say that's an interesting cloud pattern. It's I've never really I haven't seen.
Well, have we ever seen a base cloud like this? No.
No.
We have not.
Wow.
We have never seen a base cloud like this. It's like a mushroom from a Mario video or something.
Yeah.
This is a brand new base cloud we've never seen before. And that's what sparked my interest, first of all. I looked at that, and then I started looking at the blue, what's going on inside in the middle of that core. And I went, that's neat. It almost got Earth colors.
Does Matim have
we know, and what else would it be? My brain went, okay, it's too big to be the blue asteroid. And what else do we know that's big and blue? It literally has to be Matim.
So experimental elemental is asking.
We know it's weird white land masses.
If it has any moons, do we know if it has any moons, Sam?
I've never seen Matim close enough or long enough. Matim moves really fast, and we had dozens of captures of it in 2012, 13, 14, and then after that, gone.
I have never.
And that was part. She moved so quickly.
I've heard it being spoken about since I came to Montana Skywatchers, but I've never seen it. I wouldn't be lying. I've never. I think I've seen a few pictures, but I've never seen it myself.
Wow.
And the pictures I remember were like a dot, like tiny. Yeah.
Tiny.
So not like this.
It was always like a metallic.
Okay, I will get you a picture.
Mm-hmm.
I do have one that I can absolutely tell you is Matim. And
Okay.
I'm going through the file now trying to find it. All right. And this is in early. I'm sending it to you now.
Okay. After we discuss Matim, I'm
And
going
I
to check
will-
out the comment section too. I haven't forgot about you guys
Okay,
yet.
and then
not
I
yet.
will also look for
No.
the one. I'll look for the really old one that I can't absolutely be certain is Matim, but I will share the picture
Yes.
with the, if I can find it, with the pre-qualifier that I could be wrong.
Okay.
And I don't like to guess. And so that's if I can find this picture, because it's been forever
Well,
since I saw it last. Yeah,
I am so
I'm
surprised
scrolling through
my
about 10
phone is
years
not-
worth of pictures.
it's so full. I'm surprised. I'm surprised it lets me continue to save things. That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
And
I'm really
like
surprised.
97%.
I
And
know,
then I
'cause I
just-
know how
I
it
went
is.
and I dumped all those. Thought I was going to do videos and stuff, and I was
Yeah.
playing for 6 games or something like that. So I went away in and I dumped all of those, and then it went down. I was like, oh, thank God, I'll be able to move for the show, because the whole day
Right.
we'd spend, there was no reception at work. So
Oh, no.
obviously I got my work done faster. So you know, but it's not like you sit on your phone all day. You can't. You've got work to do. So.
Right.
I mean, you look
I just
rusty.
use it for my timing, because I like it to go ping on the hour, and right, next hour, ping, right, next hour. You know, kind of keeps you aware.
No, I like to ignore the clock when I'm at work. If I look at it too often, it'll just drag.
It's
So I just
bad.
ignore the
Yes.
clock. You know, and I try to take my lunch as late as possible in my shift. That way I just go back to work a few hours and then I'm done. So, yeah, but I mean, yeah.
It's
How
processed.
many hours a day do you give yourself to work? Not.
Okay, yeah, this I've seen. This one I've seen. This is the one I've seen. So
I
yes,
still
I
can't see it. I'm
remember it
scrolling.
being, I remember
There
a
it
lot
is.
of people
Okay.
calling it the blue Kachina at that time.
Okay.
Which is probably where
Yeah,
that
that's-
rumor came from. It's a really particular blue. This is perfect, like a metallic
Yeah,
kind of
I'm-
blue.
You know what? Yeah.
I would love to see it.
And,
I bet it's beautiful. You know.
Pale and
And
bright.
of course, it came from Sharon Harbert, and she gave the date. And after that, after 2015, we didn't see much of her. Now, this next picture that I just sent, it's from Antarctica. We did not get any background information, even though we did seek it out. And this goes all the way back into the early days. Now, I want to point out to you that dot in the facial marking in the middle of at the middle of the lower, almost middle left, middle center, just to the left. There is that dot. And if you go back to that picture, Rebecca, of the blue and the rainbow and the cloud,
Right.
keep going.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, one.
Where is it?
That,
Oh,
that
there
ain't
it
it.
is.
That's
Okay.
that too. But anyway, that one.
This one.
You
Okay.
See the dot.
Yeah, you can see the dot
See
in
the
there.
dot in the
Uh-huh.
blue.
Oh my
Yep.
gosh.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes.
And that
See,
blue
And
the-
is,
look,
the
there's
light
that,
blue
it also
area
has
on
like
the
another
bottom of the
lizard
planet.
thing.
Actually,
yeah, it's the same kind of blue.
the light blue areas
Yeah.
on the bottom of the planet, just slightly left of the black center part. It shows, I believe, land masses. I think those lightened areas on the bottom are land masses. And then you can go forward back to that picture again. What we do not from the Antarctica picture, and I
Sam,
do not
It's
have any
Mountain,
way
it
to
can't be a
establish.
water world.
Yeah.
That. It's not a water world, is it?
Matim is very small. Matim is smaller than Earth, I believe. I think Matim is so brightly blue because it is so small. and the sun makes it reflect, and it's also a gray surface area, and I think it has ice on it by the look of it on its land masses. But
That would make
and now,
perfect
if
sense.
this is
It looks very reflective. It looks very brightly.
I have
reflective.
never shared this.
It would make a lot of sense if
Wow.
it actually had ice.
Well-
Ice on it, not actually. Yeah.
We now have a Matim
and it
folder,
does- it
so
Cool. So we're
Yes.
gonna, I'll be looking forward, and now that it's set in my head, and I'm most likely draw it in on June's drawing.
yes.
I'll do a study to see if we're really seeing it or not. And that's what's really cool about collecting all of these photographs is that and knowing the months prior, and you can go through the file and you can go, did I miss this? Did I miss that? Did I miss it? And I've done this dozens of times where I've gone, God, it was right there in front of me all along, and I was too stupid to see it. And of course, everybody else looks at me and goes, "What are you talking about, Sam? We never knew any of this." And it's like, well, to me, I want to be absolutely on top of everything. So.
Yeah, this is.
Speaking of being absolutely on top of everything, before you go, I do have to pull a retraction from last week's show. There have been a lot of people that have been calling in and worrying about my health, and I was literally up from 3:00 in the morning prior on that day, watching all the tornadoes and the serious weather, and I was literally falling asleep while doing the show, and yet I kept talking in some sort of disconnected tone, and my words were being slurred because I was literally staring downward with my eyes closed and my head down for probably the last 2 hours of the show. So I have to apologize for concerning people. I have my other close friends have been citing me for burning the candle at both ends, and I have to admit that I was direly concerned about all the people losing their homes and their lives. The body count, unfortunately, rest in peace, all of you, was 23 last week alone, or the last couple of weeks through the tornado effects in the Midwest, and I was overly concerned by it, and I had reached a point of exhaustion. And by the way, I kept talking until like 5 o'clock the next morning, even during my sleep, and I kept waking up talking in my sleep. So apparently, I didn't even end the show then. You guys just didn't get a part of it. So move on. But I do have some health issues, and I am 63 this year, and I need more exercise, and I need to get the hell out more than I have been, and that's why once a week show is going to help that. And I'm going to start taking more walks, I promise. And
me too.
Somebody has a squeaky chair. I need to get out more.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you guys did almost 10 hours, so.
Yeah.
Right. I was a zombie after hour 5 or 6.
Yes. It was our second longest
after hour
show
4.
ever.
Well, I was sort of talking through my lips, being half asleep, going, and then Carolyn, I could drink, Sam, and I was literally I was literally facing down with my eyes closed. It's like, oh, wake up, Sam! You're still talking, but wake up. I was in full auto mode, and what I'm trying to point out the harshness of everything that's going on worldwide, and I am so very concerned that I'm probably pushing myself too hard. And a lot of people called to tell me so.
Yeah,
I tried to call.
I just finished watching the rest of it, and it just seemed like you were a little cranky. a little.
I was tired, and I didn't even know it. And I just kept going. I was in show mode, man. I wasn't talking. Source was, and I was the guy that was asleep on the other end of the stick. And I was talking all night long in my sleep as well. So I woke up a couple of times and caught myself doing that. I just laughed and went, "Oh my God, dude! The show's over. Shut up!"
Well,
I just get I get going and I can't quit, and that's why we ran 9 hours.
Well, and also I think, Sam, that I've been feeling weird. This has been a weird cycle.
Yep.
Like, it really has. It has me.
I'm on a roller coaster.
I'm like so full of energy. I feel like somebody wound me up, and then just like that, overnight, over just a few hours, I'm so exhausted. Like I just crashed, And then it's just, and then
I think that's
like as you were saying earlier, just a while ago, backstage, airheadedness, where I'm just feel clumsy and I'm just not coordinating right. And it's been one thing after another.
And yet thought processes that don't make sense.
It has not,
I think it's nothing Yellow Moon kicking our ass.
I have not been so affected by any cycle like I have this one so far. This is the one that's really.
I've been sitting here fighting to stay on top of things.
It's been a little of everything.
It's weird.
It started out with the depression side, and then that kind of came and went, and then now it's just been a struggle of being consistent with my energy levels. I can't be consistent. It doesn't matter.
I've had weird songs going off in my head from my childhood. I've been thinking about things that I did in my life years ago that were unresolved, and they're bothering me. They're haunting me. They're like, where the hell did that come from? I haven't thought about that in 30 years. What the hell? Why? Yeah, it's just been weird. It's just like the clearing of the shelf.
You kind of buried it. Yeah, a lot of old stuff.
Right, Lana even called me and was talking about that. How this is a transition, and we are going through a planetary transition, and it is affecting all of our brain.
They're rising.
God, it's horrible.
We have a huge moon. Not our moon. We have Atu's moon. We have Saturn's moon. And God knows what's underneath Uri. I mean, we don't know what's underneath Uri. For all we know, it has a moon too. I've been seeing more of its asteroids than I'm seeing Uri itself.
Yeah, somebody's butt moon is.
Yeah, I sent Rebecca a handful of pictures.
Yeah,
I sent a bunch of pictures today and addressed quite a few of what's going on. But go ahead if you wanted to deal with. We avoided the comments section if you want to catch up with that.
Roll call.
And then we can look at your pictures you sent us. So they're really good ones. So, okay, first of all, I just want to point out one thing.
Roll call.
Is I noticed that messages are missing. I took a picture last night of the comments that were already there. Yes, I took a picture. And the first person, as of last night, it was experimental, right? And then Dubaloo also commented, and that comment is not even here anymore. So I don't know. So I don't like it. But anyway,
that's not cool.
If you all have noticed that too, I don't know.
It's like you go on and you see that people had talked, and then you go back a wee while later and it's like blank or like
yes.
What? And you've actually said hello yourself. Like I did an experiment, a couple of them I said hello a couple of times.
So I don't know. It's disappointing because.
Are you talking about from like the comments missing from last show, from last Saturday's show?
No, like last night I shared the notice for this show. I put it out there, and so people could start commenting on it as of then, like waiting for the show to start. So 24 hours or whatever. But
so I think our suspicions aren't off that we are being shadow banned as Sam.
Oh man, it's really crazy. Yes,
I do feel that. I do, and I think every day, every week, we're seeing proof of that. Unfortunately, which I think is.
I'll just say this: I shared a video a couple of days ago of all. It's just a compilation of world events. Storms, floods.
I saw that one.
Everything. It's short. It's like 3 minutes. It's not real long. Anyway, the music is good. I thought. It's had 119 views on TikTok out of my 48,000 followers. 119, and they've got. Anyway,
that math isn't mathing.
It doesn't math. No, but let me get it. I'll play it real quick because I like it.
I sent you a bunch of pictures as well because you said to me to send some pictures because some of the stuff looked like I was looking at the side of something going past every night for about 3 nights at the same time. it looked like surface going past with like mist coming off it and everything. It was
right.
What's going on above
stuff,
us
like
at
you
night
say,
now
Sam.
is huge, and people.
Here's
Maria.
Maria. Hi, Maria.
Hi,
I'm going to
Maria.
go through the comments. I'll just run through them and say hello to everybody, and then we'll play that video. So,
Okay.
but hello, Maria from Alaska. Always good to see you.
Hi,
for
Maria.
sure. Definitely is. And here is Mr. Dennis. He's looking forward to the show today. So I'm happy that you're here, Dennis. And same with Lorraine.
I'll try to stay awake.
I thought this was sweet. She said, yeah, she said she was waiting in anticipation. So I thought that was nice. So
Awesome.
Hi, Lorraine. And Karina is here. Hello. One and only, I think it says, yes, but one and the team, everyone and the team. I see you. Good to see you, Karina.
Hi, Karina.
And
Hi, Karina.
Michelle. Michelle is here. That's
Hi,
right. We
Michelle.
are a Nibiru
Nibiru
family.
family, I like that.
Nice. It's true. And Experimental is here. Hello, Experimental. Oh, and good. I knew it. Marcus was going to be here. He's in the
Hi, Marcus.
Netherlands. So every time I see his name, I think about the Netherlands. And then I think about how cool it is that we're all sitting here together. It's like we're all spread out and we're, right now hanging out. It's cool. And then here's Thunder. Hi, Thunder. Good to see you.
Hi, Thunder.
Hello.
Let's see. Okay. And our friend Susanna, or AKA Susie on Facebook.
Oh, I was going to say, is
I'm
that
a
a
fan.
name?
She just, I don't know if it's her camera or if it's her view or what, but she has some really amazing pictures.
Yeah, she does.
And
She
pics-
does.
She really does. I mean, she just, I
Amazing
love it.
pictures.
So, yes, good to see you, Susie. Oh, good. And Alexander is here in Germany. I have a video and slideshow of his coming up.
I
shortly.
always look forward to his work. His work.
And he
yes.
sent me
It
two
worked.
just now. I got to add those. They're really good. Yes, I love it.
I saw the work
I can
this
tell
week.
he loves
Excellent
it.
job. Thank you.
Right. I can tell how much he enjoys it. And, you can just tell. So good to see you, Alexander. And our good friend Carol Ann is here. Hi, Carol Ann. Yes.
Hiya, Carol
She was
Ann.
with us on the last show that, our second longest running show to date. So
Yeah, I was hearing her share her
It was
UFO
good.
experience. It was an interesting
Right.
little story that she had. That was I was
Right.
meaning to talk to you about it, but I haven't had the time. So I'll probably message you sometime this weekend. So yeah, that was interesting.
And let's see. Oh, here's Girl Scout. Hi, Girl Scout. Good
Hi,
to
Girl
see
Scout.
you.
Hiya.
And oh boy, here's Tara. Hi, Tara.
Hi,
Hello,
Tara.
Tara.
Tara. And if you were with us a couple of weeks ago, Tara was on the show with us. And yesterday I got to thinking I needed somebody to, to be a co-admin on our new group, the Nibiruholics Anonymous. So I thought Tara would be a perfect fit. So we added Tara as a new co-admin
Yeah,
in our
great
newest
choice.
group.
Great choice.
So yeah, I felt like
I see she shares our addiction. So she's
I do too.
perfect.
Yeah, she's
perfect
genuinely,
person, perfect
sincerely interested, right? And she
I
wanted
see
to
her-
help.
person.
And
I see her very much engaged all the
Perfect.
time. She's always engaged.
Right.
So that's
so I told her this is our most exclusive group to date. I mean, we have several groups between us, me and Sam, and but this one is just for the most sincere and extreme sky addicts. We're all just
Yeah.
can't get enough. So anyway, thank you, Tara, for helping.
12-step
with that.
program. Yeah.
I know.
I'm still correcting over AI. No, AI, we don't want to get away from Nibiru. We want to get to Nibiru.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say it's a no-step program because we don't want to change that. We like it.
Yeah, okay,
We
no
like-
step. I like that better.
We
No
like
step
our
program.
addiction. We
Yeah,
like
no
our-
step program.
Hey, T. Racy. Good to see you. Hope you're happy and healthy too. And there's Dennis again.
Well,
Getting everybody's hellos in. Hello. And here's Audrey. I was wondering what time it was in South Africa. 10:20 p.m. And that was a little while ago. So
well, I always remember that when we do Tuesday, she's always always like 4 a.m. for her, 3 a.m.
Yeah, like something like that.
So I know this will be a lot easier for you, even though you never miss a show. I'm hoping this is a better fit for you. So that's good.
I'm sure it is. I think it fits for a lot of people, really.
Yeah, no, as I was telling you backstage, I think even the view count is a little better just from one Saturday.
It is. It really is. Hi, Carlos. Skywatcher Carlos.
Skywatcher
He
Carlos.
has a channel. I like his channel too.
Bienvenido.
So, right. Let's see. So good to see you, Carlos. Hello. I see several from you. That's great. And let's keep scrolling. Oh, here's Ninja Samurai. Good to see you, Ninja. And Robin is here. Hi, Robin.
Hello, Robin.
Hi.
Right. You always know Robin's going to be here. I mean it. She usually is. So good to see you, Robin. And let's see. I think. Oh, here's Amy. Hi, Amy. Now she was one. She was one of the initial comments that got deleted. I have a picture of it, so I know she was here earlier. But she's in Newfoundland, and I like her post too. She's got a good sense of humor. So I already know me and her are a lot alike. I can tell. So. So good to see you, Amy.
Like a good sense of humor.
Yeah, I know. I think we're both ornery. I'll just say that. I can say that.
Ornery.
What's Dragon Sage. Hi, Dragon.
Hey, Dragon.
Hi.
Nice to see you. Very good to see you. Here's David. Hi, David. Good to have you here, David. Always is.
Hey, David.
Oh, good. Freezy is here. Freezy
Peach.
Yes, man. It's always a big reunion, isn't it? It is like roll call, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Roll call.
Check. Oh, here's Dubaloo. Hi, Dubaloo.
Blue.
Good to see you.
Dubaloo.
I love saying that name, Dubaloo.
Right?
Yes. Oh, and Nancy is here. Hi there, Nancy.
Hello, Nancy.
Fresno. Never have been there. I don't know if I'm going to make it that far from home in this lifetime, at least. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't been left Oklahoma in years, it feels like. So, okay. Hey, Rodney is here.
Hello,
Hi, Rodney. Thank you. And let's keep going. Everybody's having a good time chatting. Perfect. I think we're all caught up. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate you all. We have a really good crowd already. We haven't really got started, and and we have a surprise guest joining us shortly. I'll be sending them. I won't even say it's a him or a her. I'll just be sending them a link here shortly. So, but let's go ahead and get that video, the one that's not getting any views. We can make it have some views, I guess.
How long has it been on for?
A couple of days, and it's showing like things you can't see really on the mainstream media.
Right.
It's pretty significant images that everybody should be paying attention to.
I've watched it 3 times already.
Actually know what's going on.
Good. Let's see if this one is it. Oh, what this is what I shared to YouTube, but the music for Facebook, TikTok would not allow the same music. So I had to put a different song. So I got 2 versions, really. I got 2 songs. You have to tell me which one you like the best, because I can't tell. I think they're both actually pretty perfect. So, all right, here we go.
Facebook version. that.
That's the Java volcano.
It has 130 views now. 130. That's like not very many. It's like, why? I think I know why.
Yeah.
You know what you got to do? You have to put a pre-thumbnail of some guy farting.
Right?
Yeah, and then everybody will watch it.
Yeah.
Is that, believe it or not, those with the highest view on TikTok, or excuse me, on Facebook, or no, excuse me, on YouTube. God.
Yeah,
Hello, brain.
something anal and stupid.
Yeah, for cats.
We're gonna
Thank God I
attract the
didn't park
children
there.
So that we can actually show them.
Wow.
Look at that stuff. What? Look at that. Oh. Ow. How scary is that?
Look at that. The flooding scares me the most. What was that?
Somebody
So
lost
I know
their
it was a
duck. It was an giant inflatable duck.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that flooding, man. Wow.
Look at it.
Actually, I was surprised that this song actually fit it pretty well, really too. I was, you know, you have to find
I
something.
think I
just
actually seen that one.
Oh yeah.
Breezy Peach said that I believe Breezy Peach is a female. Said they liked the thumbnail suggestion. You know, we could have a guy producing a fart with 7 planets coming out in his fart, and then it would be topic related. Because you know, we are producing planets out of our butts, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Bad joke.
Well, you're right in a sort of
Yeah.
strange kind of way.
Hi.
You see
I just want to say hi to
100
Ken, Mike.
130 views on this on TikTok, Rebecca.
That's right.
Jeez, no.
I was going to tell Ken Light hello and welcome, and thank you for pointing that out. And yes, I'll make more of a conscious effort to not, you know, we have been working on it, believe it or not. You know, this is our 64th show, and it used to be way worse, actually. You know, the talking over each other. We have time lag meetings about that. What's that, Sam?
Yeah, we also have time lag in between.
Yeah,
that's true.
And sometimes we think we're at a break, and then we end up not being, and then talking over the top of each other.
Yeah, but we totally want to not do that. I'll say that.
Yeah, we are consciously aware of it, yes, but we, you know.
Yeah. Hi, Mary Jean. Yeah.
Look at the red.
Yeah.
But yeah, 130
African
views.
sandstorm.
And hey, Zeus. Okay, 10 minutes before the show, I shared just a picture of the thumbnail for the show today, just saying, hey, our show's going to start in a few minutes. And it's already had like 270 views in a few minutes, you know, so they're definitely restricting views from certain kinds of videos. I'll say that.
Wow.
That's what I'm seeing. Yes.
Well, and then they already they made it to where you can't really share it to Facebook. I think that was the beginning of it. So, you know.
Yes.
This is just another one. So.
Right. That's another one. Right. That's another hit. I mean, because that did affect our views, from not being able to have people on Facebook see it. So.
Yeah, definitely.
So, okay, I want to get back to Sam's pictures a minute. Find some music. And look at what he sent us today, because this is things that he wanted to go over. So let's take a look at that a minute and see. I don't know if you all saw this one, but it's amazing on Facebook.
Not in front of me yet. I'm still scrolling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Isabella.
Yeah.
We are seeing this this week. This is one capture out of probably 50 that I saw in the last 3 days. This is planet Atu, and the discharge and the dropping of what we refer to as the snail foot. The reason we call it the snail foot is because it looks like the bottom of a snail's foot as it slimes along the ground. And there's also a video. I sent you a video of it as well. That's, I believe, isn't there one from Alexander as well that matches this? So this is the discharge between the planets. They do not crash into each other. They electrically repel, and they drop the base cloud of atmosphere between their atmosphere and our atmosphere, and they electrically repel. We do not crash into each other. But this is right at the beginning of June in the change in the transfer of our orbit towards the summer solstice orbit, centralizing, which some of you may have noticed that the sun is higher up in the sky than it used to be, which thank God. And we'll go from there. This is the bottom of Atu.
Yeah, I'll get that video. It's in process.
Okay, and it is in
this
the
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this is the drawing for
this
that
drawing
one.
was done, God, 2015-ish.
That and that's what it is. Okay.
That snail foot is unmistakable.
Here's some more examples of a snail foot.
So cool.
See, this was very common.
Scrolling.
This was very common when I first came to Montana Skywatchers. Was way more snailfoot sightings than we see now currently.
Yeah, when half of the sky.
Yep, and in those clouds, if you look up the middle of it, right below the planet and right above the snorkel developing or the snail foot, there's a dot. And that dot, the eye, believe it or not, is the red asteroid and the little sister. So they're connectively, the asteroids, and I believe that the bottom of the snail foot is actually the spiral asteroid, connected all three together. Spiral asteroid, the red asteroid, and Atu's moon. And I believe they are electrically linked in causing this, what we're seeing here. And if you notice, that dot is always there, and it's red asteroid with little sister in front of it. And then here you see in the middle top is Atu's moon by much bigger Atu behind it. And then that blue area behind that is Saturn and is Saturn's yellow moon at this view. Past Earth at sunset. And this is why we're now taking a different view of the side angle shots, which has been appearing for literally about a week and a half now. Because prior, Atu and Atu's moon were directly over the top of us. Now they are going beyond at sunset.
Yeah,
and that's why we're going to get more of these shots in weeks to come.
I remember you mentioning that on just recently, a few days ago, about how that snail foot could or is the two asteroids, a blue and red asteroid and spiral asteroid. And I was like, I didn't know that. I did not know that at all. But it actually makes.
I didn't either.
Well, they always orbit in the same spot. And then over the years, I kept seeing that dot right below the planet base cloud, and then the reach between the two, and then you realize that the shape literally looks like connectivity of where the placement of the asteroids, and we know the asteroids are always right there under Atu's moon, And somewhere in the mix, there's, up there inside as well is probably the Texas cube, because we know it hides usually on the right-hand side. So it would be up there in that blob on this picture, for example, that illuminated squarish blob in the upper right corner there that's completely different than normal could quite easily be the Texas cube standing there encased in clouds. Speaking of which, at the end of the other pictures that I did send in, I've got 3 particular ones that we can talk about. The pictures I've been sending are newer ones, and that's where I wanted to start with this week, and then we can talk about some older stuff as well.
Here's this video you sent me, Sam. So.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome.
Isn't that great?
There you go. See the rotation of the planet?
Oh, yeah.
If I was that photographer, I'd be so happy to see that.
Yeah.
You know?
The discharge is off the red asteroid in the center of that spiral bottom. And that's off the bottom of that to the planet, and it's reaching up to the planet and zapping the bottom of the planet. And it's discharging off the red asteroid in the central middle of the snail foot.
It's discharging in the same place.
Right.
Crazy.
And this is what we refer to as the red Sonja effect, where there's this massive repeated. And if you notice the cars, they are a little bit time sped, but not really bad.
Right. So, hey, Katie, Klug
and
is
this
here.
also goes back to 2015.
To what, Sam?
Way back in 2015, we also saw this behavior in 2016 and 17. And the planets now that they've transitioned and they're moving up higher and going beyond us, and they're now in our view past at sunset, past the sun, no longer between us and the sun. We are seeing full facials of the planets. I wonder how the planets in our solar system are dealing with all of this. Yeah, I believe it's Katie. We're all connected in a chemistry structure. It's not gravitational. So our planets, they're affected. They're all tipped axes, and we're all sort of jammed together, having too many people in a phone booth, so to speak. This one's really important. This is Attu again, but behind it and beside it in the green area on the upper right is farther behind Nepesity and her green ion drop tail. And I drew a drawing of that in 2017, and I gave a copy of that to Rebecca as well.
Yeah.
I love that, how you see the green on
there it is. Now compare this.
That's so cool.
Which is why
it's larger in the picture that we just looked at. But compare this to that other picture.
This is why Gillian picked up the thing of calling them the twins, because they were always running right next to each other. And from our out view, I mean, it's especially, if you look at it here, it's really difficult to see which one is bigger. They really look similar size. So it's really easy to kind of take confusion on that. But I will say,
and there's no way
they are not twins. The size.
They're not. Obviously, I just said that they were twins because they seem to come together, and you could see one was always preceding the other, so they would look a different size. But they
still kind of do that. They've been doing
and they
that
change with each other as well, and they come.
Yeah,
and they
they've
go.
done this dance since I can remember.
The dance, yep, I love the dance.
But the Attu
and that's the two of them in our out view changing places. And I think that has a lot to do with also the fact that Nepesity is so much smaller, so it's moving faster. So we see it on the right-hand side of Attu, and then we see it on the left-hand side behind Attu, and then we see it on the right-hand side and behind. And I imagine there's a huge, vast difference in distance between the two, but our out view, because it is sort of amplified by the water effect, and it has graduated 30-some-odd% out view, we don't get the full reality of what we're seeing. But this drawing was done in 2017, and here again we have a 2024 picture from May that exactly matches it, yet much bigger and much closer. And how did I draw this back in 2017 and have it manage to match this, including that, see in the upper middle right area, that twisty little hair-like cord of green sticking down there.
Yeah,
that's the ion drop tail between the core of Nepacity, which is much smaller than Attu and Attu's moon, which is on the left-hand side of the shot, and the developing snail foot and discharge. And there again, and then if you look at where the discharge is coming from, on the left-hand middle, it's rounded. And if you go back to the drawing,
it's just right behind Attu's.
There's that rounded object that's discharging.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just want to say hi to Karen.
Left-hand side.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
It's a little bit closer, a little bit bigger than this drawing, but I saw it, I immediately recognized it. I went, I know this pattern. I know what's there. I know what I'm looking at. So that I brought this forth, and this is why I draw these things for you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, Sam.
I love this.
I do too. I love this picture. But real quick, I want to. Girl Scout is asking something I was going to ask a while ago too. Monday there's a planetary alignment, and I remember a few years back, there was another alignment as well, and you mentioned that they were saying that you're going to have one side of the solar system empty space while they were all aligned, but all the Nibiru planets were occupying that empty space. Do you think that's what's happening now? With this planetary alignment, or is it? No,
they're higher up and over the top of us. Now you can't take all the planets are not on like a dinner plate at the same level. You have to put it, on different decks, sort of like Spock chess, where you've got these different decks of altitude, and the planets are all spread out. Now Jupiter and Saturn are on the. God, it's hard to describe, but Jupiter and Saturn are close together right now, and they're getting closer, and then they're all going to align, and that's a straight line alignment, and that can be at any different graduated area. But the Nibiru planets are much closer and much larger, and they're somewhere between the second and third ring, and you can't account for that because they're higher up and larger and blah, blah, blah. And not within our orbit model. They don't travel in the same way as all the normal planets do. They have their separate orbit. Now, in this picture in front of us, I hope that answered that for you.
Yeah.
They're not filling one side or the other. No, they're just aligning. And we are moving through the galaxy.
I'm reminded again that it's not. I gotta get that out of my head. Of that.
Yeah, they're not in Earth's orbit model.
Yeah, I just can't. Yeah. This picture. That matches, it's a little later in my video, but basically the exact same thing.
You see the topography? You see the mountain range? Do you recognize? Oh, please go back. You see the mountain that is dead center in front of you?
Yeah.
A little bit to the right of center. You know what mountain that is? That's Devil's Tower.
Wyoming.
That's Devil's Tower.
Wyoming. That's Devil's Tower.
Oh, look how small it is.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, and they were standing there describing how they were sitting in the parking lot, and everywhere around them was pitch black, and they couldn't believe it because it was nowhere near sundown.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that tell you?
Well,
there's some
my video
overhead
I posted
over the top of it.
Yeah, well, something, clouds can't make it that dark. When I heard some people commented on my video, like, oh, that's just clouds blocking all the sunlight. No. Clouds will not make it this black, this dark. And that,
I was going to say,
this is two
I have
very
a video
large overhead
too.
passing planets.
Yeah,
this is
here's a
planets
video.
directly over Earth, blocking the entire light. And that's what's wrong with our light again. We're seeing a new pinch off, a new cloud cover. We're staring at the sun through the bottom of Uri, because Uri is rising up now. Beforehand, her base cloud was actually below the hemisphere in the northern hemisphere and below the latitudes. We didn't even see the bottom of it. Now Uri is rising up and spinning over the top of us, farther over us and past us. So we are now, the sun is shining through some of that debris field, which is why we're all having what we talk about Uri onset or Uri whiteout clouds again.
Okay, this is 3 o'clock in the morning, and look how dark it was. There was no stars, no moon, birds, but look how dark it was.
Yeah.
It was very, 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 very dark. Like, yeah.
There's
Isn't that creepy?
when you see this, it's like, it's not your average night dark. You could just see it, that it's more of a pitch black that just almost like you can touch the blackness. It's not a night darkness. It's way just
It is
way
pitch
Like
darker.
deep.
Uh-huh.
It's like it's deep and it's like a bottle with a cork in it or something. That's
Yes,
how it feels.
just so dark.
But the birds are chirping. They do chirp about every night, but you know what? Last night, no birds. I
No
stepped
birds
out.
last night. I had birds
No
last
birds. Did you? Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
start doing a nightly
I had
video.
no birds. No
Keep
birds.
track. Yes.
It was
You have that,
like
that
2:30,
night,
3 o'clock
nighttime
in the morning.
illumination
They were
picture
going
that
nuts.
I gave you.
Oh, sorry.
You just showed that your nighttime video, so I'll show you why the birds are chirping. That's why I sent you that one nighttime picture from this week from a member. It's blue. It's a very, very blue
The one you
picture.
sent me.
It's
Oh, yeah.
illuminated.
Sorry, Sam. Okay.
Yes.
Got
Oh,
it.
no problem.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I do have that.
Ramble.
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
That is
And-
Atu's moon illuminating above Earth at night. Atu behind it. That's why it's in
Wow.
that purple blue spectrum. And that's going over and beyond after sunset. We're probably looking to the north by northwest by that hour. Or
So-
it could be just due west.
Okay. I see a question by Ken Light, and I'm going to put that on hold just for a second because I see we have somebody that is in the waiting room.
Right.
So we'll come back to this in just a minute because I don't want to keep her waiting or her think
Okay,
we
no worries.
don't see her. Yeah.
No worries.
But let's drop this down. So you all remember Carla or no Carla. So anyway, she's going to be joining us for, I don't know, an hour or two. So, and by the looks of it, we get to see her today. She told us last time, that her next visit, she was going to reveal her identity. So it's exciting. So I can already tell.
Dun, dun.
Yeah, she's smiling. Okay. There she is. Hi, Carla.
Hello, you guys.
Hi, Carla.
Good to see
Hi,
you. Good to
Carla.
see
Nice
you.
to see you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Me too.
Carla's in
It's
Minnesota.
warm here. It's very warm, so I'm trying to sit outside for a little bit.
Is it warm? Wow. I'm
Looks like
surprised.
it's sunny.
Yeah, you took my idea
Yeah, it's
today,
just
Carla.
humid.
I was gonna sit outside too.
I came this close.
Well, don't worry, you're going to get our
The
cold
birds-
weather.
Usually
It's
it's-
going to cool off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually Rebecca's outside.
Yeah. Well, you know
Right.
why? The birds, they were really loud. Like
Yeah.
almost obnoxious loud. I don't know. I was like, I can't tell them to be
Something's
quiet,
going
but
on.
it's a
Hey,
little
where was your cat
distracting.
then?
Right.
So yeah, but anyway, but it's good to see you, Carla. So
You too.
yeah, in a minute I'll share your montage, your slideshow. So I've been
You're fine.
I got so many videos to show. We need to show some more. So
I
made
know
too
you're
many, I
busy.
guess. I don't know how many. Over 10. It's crazy. I was like, I am obsessed. So, but okay, I want to go back to this picture, and I want to go back to this question from Can Light. I see. She says, I have a question. Why does that planet come up at 1 in the morning by my window? I can see the moon come out and the sun comes up, and this other planet, it's a whole another color, very bright. I wonder if it's like every
Which
night or what direction too is important.
Yeah, there's planets
Yeah,
around
give
us.
us
We're
more
in the middle of them
details.
24 hours a day. They're
So
completely
wild.
around
That's
us
true.
now, and
Yes.
they're not really.
That's true.
I saw
They're
a
all
wave day the other day. And the guys were so blue, I didn't hardly see anything, and I just had to stand there and shake my head, going, "Is this possible?" But there are wave days for some reason I can't explain, and I just, I mean, it's like beautiful blue skies here. I don't see anything, and then later on, you see the planets come in. It's weird. It's transition the cycle. I don't know. Approach. I can't. You have to be off world to actually watch it happen to understand what's really going on. Floating out there in your little ship, from on the side view, you could actually watch it. So any ETs out there that want to send in some video that's listening to our show, way out there in space land, I hope you're not too bored, and I hope you come back every week for the show.
Yeah. What if we're
We got
just
a
like a
background
reality show?
conversation.
Sorry.
Somebody's got a voice through. Drop
Yeah, I've
your
been
volume.
hearing it I've been hearing it for a little bit.
No, if I need to move, I will.
I don't think it's you, Carla, because I've been hearing it before you got on. I don't think it's you.
Sorry, all I hear is a Harley. Sorry.
No, I've been hearing it for a little bit.
Okay, it's better now. Sorry about that.
Here is a clip from Alexander in Germany. So he just sent this to me a few minutes ago. I have not got to see it yet.
That blue light right there.
Uh-huh.
In the bottom, just above AW, see that blue?
There's like a ball there.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
It's very, very obvious there.
Right there,
wow.
see the little blue just above the roof on the corner point?
Yeah.
I think that's Matim.
Oh.
Like a ball.
Right there above the right-handed corner tip of that house. There's a light blue illumination going on. And that is not where the blue asteroid is.
I've been seeing that as well. So I must be seeing it.
Too small to be the object cluster group because that is in the upper left corner here.
So,
and then the red asteroid is dead center in the middle. And so see that little blue illumination there has been hollering at me for about 3 or 4 days now. I think that's where Matim is. Behind Uri, between Uri and Saru. And now that I've seen it, I can't unsee it.
Something's definitely right there, right in the middle.
And then the shadow, of course, is pretty remarkable too.
That's
that's
an asteroid in the side of Uri right there. He's filming. That is the salamander asteroid group bottom of Uri, as Uri is now rising up higher and coming over us more. And also cutting into the sunlight again as well and causing the whiteout and the shine through.
Wow.
I am glad you are seeing. Yeah, just remember to always look for the dark areas first, and then you'll see the shadowing better. Don't pre-blind yourself with the sun. Start with the dark areas first.
Okay, and then he sent me two pictures. I was going to take a peek at those and see. Maybe it's not loading. I'll get back to that in a minute. Tara says she's finally starting to get. Well, you know why, Tara? It's because you after a while, you train your eyes on what to look for. It's like you get to where you know exactly what to look for and where.
Yeah, before you know it, it'll just be automatic. Like you will just automatically fade. You just see the dark areas and don't even look at the sun. You just automatically focus on that. So, yeah, it's exciting once you start getting that.
I'm curious, Carla, has it been raining much where you are? Because it's been raining like so much in Oklahoma?
We have had
Storms
a
and
lot of
rain.
rain. A lot.
Uh-huh.
We're supposed to have
Too.
severe weather tomorrow. So
I
it's
see.
going to be interesting.
Ah.
Some of my plants are making it and some aren't. But it's definitely been an odd rain. And then it gets really humid when it's not raining. Like really humid.
See, I thought Minnesota would just stay so much cooler.
In my apartment right now.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's why I'm out. Yeah, it's just
wow.
awful.
That's pretty warm.
It is.
I was going to say it's 85 here, Oklahoma, 86 tomorrow. So the warm weather is definitely here. It's here. It's here. Summer is here. It's June 1st, though.
It's starting to feel like
yeah.
summer.
It's June 1st. Yeah.
Although I will say at night it's still getting a little chilly here. And I have been getting a lot of that. We'll have rain and then it gets so humid also here the next day when it's not raining. And I hate the humidity. I can stand any weather, but humidity is just not for me.
I'm the same way. My hair and the humidity don't mix.
I just want to say hi to Esther.
Hello,
Esther is
Esther.
here. Good to see you.
Hi, Esther.
And I don't want to go into details or give information she doesn't want me to, but I just want to say to keep her mother in your thoughts because her house got hit by a tornado recently in Missouri.
So
like a few days ago, and then like the roof is caved in and she can't stay there now, and it's it's like she's not hurt, thank goodness, but she's having to stay away from her home now. And
well, prayers for her.
So I know it's like usually people in our little family have not been affected like that to degree. So anyway, but good to see you, Esther. Glad you're here. She's stopping by for 5 minutes. So yes.
Where's the Ozarks?
Oh, it's in Missouri. It's about a couple of hours from where I live, northeast.
Isn't the Ozarks where they say is one of the safest? I don't know if this is, but there's a lot
That's
of
where they have the bunkers.
Where they're saying a lot of military. I was hearing somebody say an insurance guy saying that a lot of military people were retiring to the Ozarks. Because it's supposedly
it's so nice
a safe
there.
haven for all this.
Wow. I heard that. I think the Ozarks is like, the coastline. If you add up all the miles of coastline in the Ozarks, it's like longer than the state of California or something like that.
Well, yeah, I've been hearing that for a while, but it's my second choice. I think Montana's closer for me for my bug out. For my bug out area is up north for me. So the Ozarks are a little further. So.
Well, I just want to know where it's the coolest in summertime. The coolest weather in summertime. That's probably where I should go. So, you know what I mean?
I'm right there with
if it has to be Canada, I guess I'll have to go to Canada.
Yeah.
I don't know, but man.
Jeez, imagine Canada's
boy.
the safest place.
How are you feeling about that, Christopher? You're the hottest. You're in the hottest location out of all of us.
I agree with you guys. It's like every time I see, there's it's happening all over the country. We're seeing a lot of people without homes and stuff like this, and I don't understand why there's so many people on the streets right now in Las Vegas. It's so hot. If I was in that situation, I would not be here. I would be walking to Canada if I had to. There's no way I could do that. It's too hot.
I think we're going to see events of climate migration here very soon in a lot of ways. I think it's already happening right now.
I was going to say,
and just look at the people count. A lot of folks from South America are leaving because their normal standard crops that they used to grow are no longer growing, and they haven't found the new one that can actually pay well economically, so they've left the area. Plus, they've got huge political issues. And we've noticed that there's droughts and flooding going on in the Amazon that's not normal, and serious climate change around the planet. And look at the Gulf Stream going from Africa to the Caribbean right now is even weird. And then the one that's coming over the Mexican Rockies out of the Pacific from this transition of the La Nina or El Nino to La Nina. And they're announcing that we're going to have super hurricanes this year. So, and Earth, I think, I've been having troubles with my my directional north, south, east, west in my car versus my memory. So I think that being Earth is tipped in an odd way. They're not fully announcing. I think they're just quietly adjusting on the GPS tracking systems. I think we're going to look at a completely different climate of growing everywhere we used to grow, and places that didn't grow will, and places that did won't. And there's tons of flooding going on around the world right now. Go look up SOTT, S-O-T-T, SOTT weather on YouTube. I have not looked up April, and I'm sure that April will show you. And they do such a great job because they show you categorically, date-wise, the time of the month, and the countdown through the month all the events so well. That's why I recommend their videos.
I think we should try to pinpoint where the feedback is coming from.
I was going to say that it's getting worse. It's getting worse.
Real bad.
Yes.
Well, everybody reach over and turn your volume down.
We can start with that and see. Yeah, it's real distracting.
Is that on my end?
It's a carrier signal on a carrier signal.
That seems better, but we'll find out in a moment.
Cool.
Okay.
So far, I don't hear it as bad. So good. I'm hoping it was an easy fix.
Well, if you're running two devices, if you have a phone sitting next to a phone running, it might be a bad thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I have a
video.
I
don't have a phone next to it.
Here's it's a slideshow. It's a slideshow from Carla's pictures. So let's take a minute and look through some of her pictures.
God, the weirdest old songs keep rolling through my head. It's weird.
Wow.
That is Atu and Atu's moon. This shot. The previous one was its atom.
That's what I thought.
This one is Atu's moon. The light is behind us. And there on the right-hand side is Saturn's yellow moon, is Saturn, and the lead asteroid is the white blip in the front. There is the side of Uri on the left.
Awesome.
And the asteroid. This is a base cloud coming in off the side of Nepacity, and the purple dot is a lens flare. That is, see that illumination right there?
Yeah.
That could easily be Matim. That side illuminated object that was that bright. That's a cut in from the red asteroid. That's why there's a halo. If you look in the middle left, that's the red asteroid cutting into the light, which is causing a cut in halo. That is the side, that dark blue area, that's Saturn's yellow moon. That again is a base cloud of Nepacity coming in. We just looked at this picture. That is Saturn's yellow moon right there, illuminated at sunset, looking northwest. This is the bottom debris of Uri and everything, which is in the upper left-hand corner. Oh, there's the skull, too. Did you see the skull? Can you go back, Rebecca?
I can. I hope. Was it this one?
Back just there. No, one more nudge. Yeah, we've been seeing the skull asteroid. Yeah, right there, that blob in the upper middle left corner.
Do I see it?
That is the skull
Upper
asteroid.
middle left.
And we've had numerous pictures come in all last week.
I think what helps me is to look for the two dark dots side by side, the eyes.
Yeah,
that helps me to find the eyes, finding the eyes.
But it's behind that front cloud, is in front of the jaw again. Like my drawing. And we got a whole bunch of shots of it this week that came in.
It's tricky because I just see lots of faces anyway. So
Yeah, that's what I'm.
it makes it hard to find.
Every time I see it, I think I see it. I see another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is that area of asteroids that, Jesus and I have talked about on previous shows, where there's far more small stuff that looks like hundreds and hundreds of actual faces. And this is why we call that wormwood. It's the bottom underneath Uri. Why it's so damn important. And, this is that area right there, that left side of the sun, all the stuff underneeth Uri.
Wow, look at that.
Every time
that's an object. That's why it's a halo from a cutoff that is coming in from the left-hand side.
Every time that I
the blue
see
asteroid
the
is just above the sun.
Every time that I see the salamander asteroid, Dale, I don't know why I get that, and I don't usually like quoting the Bible, but what does it say? Men's hearts will fail. That's because that's the feeling I get with them.
Oh, it is that spooky.
Creepy shit. Some creepy shit underneath the.
Well, yeah, it is, and and it's nasty, and it's coming close to us, and we've seen some passes of it, and this is about 180 there again. Everything you're seeing on the left-hand side of the sun is asteroids coming in at us. You can see it again here. This is a massive of like 30 or 50 very, very large, huge moon-sized asteroids. We always argue, like, are we not calling these moons when they should be? Because we know that gas giants have multiple moons.
Right.
And so, this is why do we call the tan asteroid a tan moon? Do we call, Lorraine, do we call Poppy an asteroid as well? Because they are mostly round, but we don't have enough close-ups to actually call them the difference between a moon and an asteroid, because an asteroid usually has got bombardment, but has like a glass-like scenario or jagged conglomerate. And the rounder, smoother ones are moons, but so it's a hard call.
Feedback is definitely back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying a while ago. God knows, who knows what's underneath all that debris or in all that debris. There's probably some big enough pieces.
And the closer it gets, the more we shoot.
They can be considered moons.
Yeah, Uri could have 35 moons. We don't have any way to actually account for that, and then we could just be calling it, the asteroid object. That's why we started out object cluster group, because it was a cluster of objects that had repetitive patterns that we watched going from roughly 2014 on, and over the years they got bigger and bigger and bigger. Now I've got a picture going back all the way to about, I think, 2015, where you can see Uri in deep space at night, and you can see the illuminated entire group of the object cluster group illuminated, including the lead asteroid, when it was much, much smaller. And it was the space gases that were all illuminating. It's an extremely good picture, and I use it all the time. And if you'd like, Rebecca, I'll send you that one. I'm sure that you may have a copy of it by now, but I could do that real quick while we're talking about it.
Yeah.
And it does bear important talking about that this is the 180-day cycle. They are going to come over the top of us. Uri's coming over the top of us more over than used to. very close. And the example with that is the AT2 display that we just saw coming from the live video, where you're seeing the discharge between the close passing planet and all, and yet it looks so horrendously close.
I wish we knew where the feedback was coming from.
Yeah, because I turned mine all the way down.
Does it sound like it's coming from me?
Do you have any suggestions, anybody?
I was
thinking,
honestly, I know that Gillian sometimes uses two devices, but she's off. And it's still happening.
Yeah, sure enough, right?
I mean, how about we tried going off one at a time?
Yeah.
We each take a turn. Okay, let's try that. Hang on. I'm going to remove each of you, and then we'll pinpoint it. Okay, and then we'll come back to the video because I don't want to.
Okay.
Hang on. Okay, so it's just me, and I don't hear any feedback. So okay, I'm going to remove myself.
Well, I hope you can hear me. I have sent that picture, and apparently I'm still here. Or I'm alone in a room by myself, and no one hears me. I don't know. No, singing weird.
You sound normal, Sam. Is it just me now? I guess I don't know. I'm not hearing it, but I'm the one talking. So. Okay, so it's not me. I hear Esther Lee say it's not me. Sam. It's not Sam either.
Testing. Yeah.
Hello. Is it me?
Okay. See, I don't hear it. Hi, Carla.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comments. Honestly, each of us individually, it did not do it. So let's go again. Let's pull everybody back in here and see.
Testing.
I don't
1,
hear
2, 3.
it.
1,
Each
2,
of
3.
Just passing
Motorcycle.
Yeah.
That wasn't far, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Esther, it could be the wind because I do know my microphone picks up wind. So it could be.
I'm telling you, the aliens are talking to us and we're not listening.
There it is.
Yeah, because I was going to say my volume is so low, I can barely hear you guys.
Yeah,
just so there's no interference on my end.
Yeah, Esther is right.
Yeah,
She
I have
says
my volume
it's
down
worse
too.
when all of us are here together.
It could be, yeah. It could be a YouTube thing.
Thank you, StreamYard.
Right?
That's us, robot. This is okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, we'll just keep working with it. I don't know what else to do about it. We can't really pinpoint who or what.
We'll just have to ignore it. Just to try to ignore it.
Try our best.
Because it's there, but I can still understand everybody perfectly well.
Right. Sorry, I've interrupted.
Everyone be calm.
Show here.
There's no reason to to kind of go crazy over it.
I just thought maybe we could pinpoint it and fix it. But
yeah. I think it's a little better, than it was. It was getting kind of bad. But
yes.
What happened to Gillian?
I don't know. Oh, here she is.
Did I miss her?
She's back.
Saying bye or did okay.
Hello.
Here she is. She fell off. She's back.
I don't know what's going on. I just can't seem to stay on. It just drops.
How many times has that happened?
3.
Oh, look at that! Go back if you can.
Oh, okay.
Wow, look at that.
One more. Do you see that?
Wow.
Jesus?
Yeah, I do, and I'm.
Yeah, go forward. No, the one you already just had it on. That one right there.
Uh-huh.
What is that, Jesus?
I know that
you
pattern.
Moved it again.
I know that pattern.
Lead asteroid.
The stripes.
Lead asteroid.
Right. That's right. The stripes.
Yep.
Go to the one right before
stripes that she lead. They lead. No, the other direction. Oh, God, my head.
All right. Tell me which one, and I'll stop it on it.
Yeah, the one right before this one.
Like seahorses.
Right before it, or right after?
After.
There's
right there.
There's a stripes.
Uh-huh.
There's a stripes. That's see. I was on the fence for hours before I posted this last one of the lead asteroid, and I was like, I wasn't sure 100%, but I knew I was seeing the stripes there, and
the lead asteroid and the spiral asteroid is the bottom cloud. The red asteroid is middle left at the far end of the left. Lorraine is above the red asteroid. And then there is a bluish circular dot, and I believe that is probably the skull asteroid. In the middle upper right is the skull asteroid. And the white illumination behind it is Attu's moon.
You were saying we were going to start seeing the illuminated asteroids, and we're going to start seeing them. And the lead asteroid, you had just mentioned that it was going to be, well, right on the drawing, you placed it right below the sun. But it was morning when I took, it was right at sunrise. So the sun was still behind my mountains, but it was rising up. So from my perspective, it looked like it was below the sun, but it was right in the right direction for it to be the object. I'm like, it has to be. You see the stripes, you see the location, everything just matches. And I remember you saying,
you posted.
We know where they are located, and I was like, yeah, it has to be. I hate calling stuff. I rarely do it unless I'm 100%. But I was waiting for you to comment. I was like, I know I got it right, but I still had it behind my head because I get it. I've gotten it wrong in the past, and
Well, we had dozens of submissions this week with the illumination in the sky directly above us from Attu's moon. And then you just have to look for the cloud patterns and the sizes and remember, who's doing what. And then this is an easy one. The Texas Cube is involved in that. And this is necessity fingers.
That's what I thought.
That's creepy.
Yeah, they're doing some weird shit right over the top of us.
That's like
at a different angle than they're rising higher.
Well, and I just wanted
they're
to say
rising higher, so it's all changing.
Yeah, the night that we captured them pictures, it was like so surreal how dark and how close they appeared. And we've had nothing but a lot of rain and humidity since.
I think we're all
see the illumination in the background on this picture right there?
Yep.
That illumination is Attu's moon up there above the clouds, being very bright white.
I am seeing more asteroids this cycle than I have seen planets.
Right. I agree with that.
Well, they're bigger and closer again.
And then you just see everything that's underneath them, but
And we're right in the middle of them, whereas before we were looking at them and away from us, and then they'd come in and do a close side pass, and we'd see them, then they'd change. Now they're going over the top of us and beyond us, which is why we're seeing them the way that we are, and as drastic as the weather has become, and the close passes. And if you look over in the lower right-hand corner on this picture, you see the bottom of Nepesi's core, and then here again is the asteroids in front of Attu's moon and Attu, and then Nepesi is on the behind in the right. This is Saturn's yellow moon, and behind the clouds, which is on the right-hand side of the sun. That right there, the blue area on the left-hand side, is Uri. but we're seeing all this cloud stuff. Now that is Natu's moon again, beyond, because the light is behind us, so it's beyond Earth. Here again is the side of Uri. Rising up higher, and we get to see more of the base cloud than we ever saw before, because it used to be closer at the horizon. Now it's in the middle of the sky. And I'm going to have to change that in the next month's drawing.
You're fine.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, that was just
are always welcome.
Someone's trying to say hello.
Yeah, we always love to have family members say hi. You know, cameo real hi. You know, I'm visiting.
I well, you know what?
Glad you're here. Thank you.
I was going to say, what is nice about talking to Carla is how she talks about her and her husband go out and take pictures together, and I love that. You know, that's why. Let me make sure you all noticed at the beginning. I made this. I didn't make it. AI made it, but this image. I wanted a silhouette of a couple, you know, looking up at the sky, and that's what it made for us. Was that? So that's Carla and her husband. So yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send you a copy, Carla.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Because I thought that was nice how they go out taking pictures together. You know, you don't hear that too often, so it's nice.
No, thank you.
Yeah,
she put a picture of it together, but it's a
yeah. I'll send you your own copy.
Thank
you. So
it was just in my mind. I wasn't sure if that was your significant other or your friend, but I was just gonna say, what does he think about it? I guess I got my answer.
Honey, come here. Just 1 second. They want to know what you think about this. I need a quick break anyway, please. You can talk to him for 1 second.
Yes, absolutely.
Hello, I'm Scott. Okay, so
hi Scott.
What do you want?
Hi, Scott.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, we want to hear how you feel.
Give us a basic example.
Yeah.
Example?
Give us a basic example of what you know.
Yeah,
tell us what you think, what you know, including if you think we're out of our, if we're batshit crazy, that's okay too. If you think so, please do say so.
Well, I've been batshit crazy all my life. I don't see anything batshit crazy about you people.
Sweet.
But
welcome to the show. You're my friend.
I like that answer.
I
like that answer.
When I first recognized this stuff, I'm a Navy vet, and I watch the sky a lot. And actually, I'll tell you, back in about 96, when the hail bop came through, all of a sudden I realized I don't know if you are aware of like tree spirits or earth spirits in the plants and trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so after hail bop, I realized the earth was waking up, right? And then the sky was changing a little. And then in 2010-11, I used to deliver DHL, and there's this great big, sad back then sundog. But I seen the first inkling of incoming something, and ever since then
2010, by the way, was the startup of the ascension for mankind. That was the full. That's when they reached over and turned the faucet on. Prior to that, it was dripping.
And of course, when I walk out of Walmart, just like you, I just want to shake somebody and go, you know what? Don't buy that stuff. Look at the sky.
It's true.
The sky is so fluid now that it can be clear, and then the incoming planets come, and I'm just crazy. I don't know.
Everything changes.
Right.
And these are not the guys that we grew up with.
No, it's a really exciting time to be alive.
Yeah, and to be awake to this.
And I don't know. you guys are on it, and you're doing a good job, and hopefully wake more people up. You know, I try to wake up people in my town, and nobody wants to hear it.
Right.
It's one of those.
They look at you like you lost your mind.
Sometimes people don't want. Most times, people don't want to be disturbed. They just want their lives to be and remain the same way.
They want to stay in their comfort zones.
Some people
they want to stay in their comfort zones, and I find that disturbing.
So do I. Absolutely. But you know, I agree with I don't know who was it, Tara. You know, it's really awesome that, you know, you guys as a couple can do this and be on the same page, because I think a lot of us, we dealt with a lot of that with our significant others, or even family, or just a bunch of people that just
a lot of relationships went south.
Well, it took a while to train Carla into actually seeing it, because at first I was crazy, but I kept on it, and you know, she's like, "Wow, I can't believe it's there," and I'm like, "Well, so it is."
Who started first? You know, was it you or her?
To Sam and Anthony Hayes and what's the other one?
Mike from Around the World.
Mike from Around the World. You know, anyway.
I find his voice. I find Mike from Around the World. His voice so soothing. You know, I love hearing him talk. I love hearing him talk.
But no, she's the expert.
She's been at it for a long time, Carla. You know, she's one of the older members that I've known for years. You know.
Well, see, she does all the technical stuff. I just do the sky.
So, how did you all find Sam? Like, who was it through? And when was it?
I do believe it was through Anthony Hayes. I do believe.
Oh, okay.
Who?
Okay.
I think it was, because it's been a long time.
Yeah, we don't talk much about
Right.
Anthony Hofman.
Well, he disappeared.
Guy does the great work. Thank you. I kind of noticed that.
Well, if it wasn't for somebody like you, none of us would be here.
Absolutely.
Well, we all got that. I'm falling pretty bad here. Yep. Well, you know, citizen science from around the world, and this is how it works. We get together every week and we collect all the pictures and the information. And then after the, 14 years now, we're able to make summations to a level of fact rather than supposition. And it is no longer a theory. It's a well-proven doctrine of scientific fact. And I mean, all of us here today are proof of that, because we've all seen it. And once you see these bodies in the sky above you, even if you don't know which is which, what is what, size-wise, you realize this is something completely different than anything we ever grew up with, including the location of the sun, including our climate, including our weather. And oh, by the way, has anybody noticed the amount of sea trails they have been dispersing the last couple of weeks? Oh my God, they're way up.
They are definitely
way up.
High flyers.
And that's because they're trying to hide. They're trying to hide the close pass of the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon, because that predominant ion bleed-off tail, the winged planet, Saturn is the red winged planet, not Nibiru, like the internet has been misled everybody to believe. Or got about that for years. Only through sightings did we realize what was who, and comparative information. We learned which planet. We learned that Nibiru was not the red winged planet the hard way. And we went through all of that information many, many years ago. And that's why we do what we do. And everybody out there, including you and Carla, are so valued for your opinions, because I can stand on my soapbox in the middle of a crowd and scream whatever I want, and only when correlation and collaboration as a group, it does take a village to change science. If I believe different than everybody else around me and no one else believes me, it's not science. It's a supposition. It's a theory. But if all of us together group We actually try to impress upon everybody else this is no longer just a theory or a conspiracy theory or about the red planet Nibiru going to crash into Earth and all of that. As long as we bring out the reality of all of that back information. A lifetime of back information that's been handed to us by numerous carvings or from around the world, from the Sumerians, the Egyptians, you name it, the Greeks, etc. All these cultures are talking about the 7 planets, etc., and the 2 stars, and even the Greeks knew we had a binary 2-star system. And if you just go back to that and you believe that, yes, this could entirely be possible. Once you start down that path, you are into the larger truth of reality, which is what is going to happen from the 2010 changes in the sky that all of us knew something was wrong, which is why we're all here today, because we know something's wrong. The truth is coming out, and oh boy, is it, the truth walks about as fast as Snail, while lies, conspiracy theories, and superstition have the wings of an eagle and fly as far and as fast as you can imagine. But we're still going forward.
I call it.
God,
what do you call
it? A slow motion train wreck.
Oh yeah.
And then on top of it, not to interrupt you, Sam, but meteorologists.
Oh, please,
I really get a kick out of it because they don't know one damn thing about a meteor.
Oh, Christ. Ever since we started watching these asteroids come in underneath Uri, and Jesus will just even been with me, but these asteroids are so big and so numerous, and they go by every 180-day cycle, and they do all of this shit, with including these freak electrical storms that we've documented, going back 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and what's going to be 24. And we're seeing that effect going on in the United States right now with these back rotational eddy storms out of the blue that are running up these debris fields into the 60,000 foot range, which is above, air traffic up into the ionosphere. So you tell me what can magnitude a storm you put ejecta at 65 to 80,000 feet. It has to be something going over the top of it to drag it up. There's no inertial force. I mean, look what we got to do, put a rocket up in the air to break Earth atmosphere. Okay, I mean, the gravity or the electrical threat action, I should reiterate, of leaving the planet is so hard. We have to have these Turbo 5, Russian rockets to get our asses outside of our atmosphere. So how the hell does the storm go up to 80,000 feet unless something above it is dragging it up there in a closed pass?
I have a question.
And we're seeing on-land forming hurricanes over the Midwest. Go ahead, please do.
You know how this past week I've noticed a lot of planes and turbulence stories? I don't know if you guys see them, but ever since I went to Iceland, I've been on like flight radar apps and stuff, and it seems like I wasn't dropped off some of the apps. And just out of the blue, I started getting messages again about all these planes that have hit turbulence, and they're constantly hitting turbulence now. I mean, someone killed in one of the planes from the turbulence. I mean, I think it was the Singapore Airlines. Have you guys heard about that?
I have gotten a lot of comments like
I've
that.
heard about
the news.
A lot of my airport runs, I've been hearing a lot of that, actually, Gillian. Yeah, I definitely have. A lot of people.
I'm sure they're
downplaying
it.
Stream.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know
what they had done? That plane, that the one that went into India and was headed from Malaysia, etc. It cut through the standard jet stream across the planet at the 69 hertz lower altitudes and from the upper altitudes, and that there's a new jet stream that they're not accounting for, which is much wider, much faster, and much thicker than they're ready to handle. And there's an area where they hit the jet stream and it's being carried, and then they're let go, and then they drop because of changing wind speed that's abrupt. I'm looking at Null School right now. And it's going on over Africa, it's going on over Europe, it's going on over India, it's going on over Taiwan and Korea, Japan, all the way to
nothing's wrong, anybody. Nothing's wrong.
Well, hey, you know the name of the
nothing's been. Well, the jet stream's all messed up. The planet is tipped. We're the weather is moved. Well, God, we've been talking about this for about 5 years now. That all the ground level surface area motion of air is going the same direction.
Look at that triangle.
Wow.
That is the side of his Saturn and his Saturn's yellow moon. That is Atu's moon above. Now we go left. You're looking at the side of Uri and the asteroids and the object cluster group. See that little tail right there? That little tail dripping down in the middle? That's the bottom of Nepesity tail.
Wow.
That is the side of Atu's moon and Uri. Purple, purple, blue. Right there's Nepesity, right with above the center, and over to the side is Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail, which is now going upward to the right corner, overhead, much wider. By the way, if you watch the sunset, you look into the north, or excuse me, you look into the western sky by northwestern sky, and you see there the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side of the sun, north by northwest. And you see a long, drawn out all the way across the sky to the east, big, very wide ion tail. Saturn's yellow moon is very large over the top of us currently. And you're kind of looking at it there. That is the side right there. That's Atu's moon. See the craters and the moon debris.
Pretty wild.
And that right there is see, they're so mixed in. It's hard to spread one apart from the other. You can literally see the Saturn's yellow moon and Atu's moon right next to each other if you look straight up at certain periods of time during the day.
Kind of makes you dizzy. That.
Yeah, the altitude is so strange. We've never been in the middle of them before. They were in front of us, coming to us, and then moving away from us for the many years now. And then they went right, left, and then the planets switched places, blah, blah, blah. And now we are in the middle of them, underneath them, looking at them going on about their business over the top of us in really cool ways. Now that we see the facial illumination go beyond Earth into the light, because prior to that, we were looking at their dark sides and only illuminated side crescent illuminations. We'd see that, you'd see some of the land masses for about 2 minutes, and then the whole thing would change. And we've watched that for many years now. Now they're going beyond us being facially illuminated, and that's now I'm having to do twice double takes of figuring out always where the sun is coming from when you're staring at the capture. Where is the sun? You start there, and then you have to go in your brain. Okay, if I turned around from the sight drawing in my brain and I did it 180 and I look the other way, what would I see? Where would it be, etc.? And so now all of this placement, and now my brain has decided to take a side view look at that. So it's literally 180 plus 90 more, and I'm looking over in the middle of watching them pass by us in my brain. So it's new. Let's see where my brain takes me next week. But and I've been talking to Rebecca on the side about how confusing all of the information is that is coming in on me right now. It's unbelievable. I'm going to talk about that, the remote viewing part of Sam's brain. I have been bombarded. Oh my God. There is so much shit coming in. It's like trying to be in a leaky house or a leaky barn and avoid the water dripping from the ceiling, because I'm having to jump out of the way of this and jump out of the way of that, and I'm getting all of this information. It's insane. It's and I think that's why all of us are exhausted and tired as well, because I think a lot of us are being bombarded in ways that we don't understand in our synaptic response within our brain electrically and everything. There's so much confusing going on. It's just like, what is all of this that's coming in?
Right.
Including I was talking about earlier, these weird old songs from my childhood. Now, I haven't thought about any one of them for 40 plus years. And why the hell did somebody, hit that old bootbox way back in the back room, and I'm hearing all of these old songs coming back to me? What the hell is going on? And so there's a lot of real weird electrical, planetary, we're in the middle of what the hell we are in the middle of, I don't know. And that bounces between the anthropomorphic and the between the cosmic and the science argument in between. And I'm going to remind everybody that they're actually both, believe it or not, they're mixed. There is a lot to this cosmic science. There is a lot to this cosmic mythos, and mythoses and religions and all of that have their place. However, inaccurately being stored and handed to the people that we are today. We've been lied to and misrepresented information to keep us confused and afraid and in fear. So there's so much information coming in right now, and we all have to move forward and share this information as well. And new science, to each of us, we have to open up the door for new. And, I'm fighting it too. But God is, it's been like a hailstorm. There's stuff coming in. It's like, oh my God, what is this? And we're all.
And there's also the physical symptoms. Like today, straight for example, everybody was on a high to a certain point at work, and then everyone started going, "Oh, but I feel so leaden, like heavy, like that." And it really did feel like you were being weighted down.
Right. Yeah. That was all of us before the show, and then we started the show, and then we got a new energy level. But yeah, and I haven't been, I'm up on my laundry, but I mean, all of this has been a battle. It has.
So I wanted to address this question. Is it Michael? Michael? But he's asking. Yeah. He's asking if you can get an actual position of Nibiru at a solar scale.
Oh boy.
How do you answer that?
Nibiru is on the right-hand side of the sun. It is approximately 90,000 or 90 million miles away from the sun. It is somewhere, it is very large. It is about approximately, according to, unfortunately, rumor, it is 10 times the size of Earth. It is a water-type planet. It has been away from us for quite a few years, above the sun and off distance, closer to the other side of the sun for many years, but then it came back recently as of 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23, and it is now passing us on the right-hand side of the sun every day from sunrise to sunset. It is on the right-hand side. It is very large. It is deep, deep blue. And as the day progresses, there are side illuminations. And as sunset goes down, after sunset, you will see a north by northwest illumination in the sky that is not where the sun is coming from. And there you'll be seeing the bottom side on the left-hand side of the very large, like you're looking at here in this picture, very large planet Nibiru. Very large planet Nibiru. Very large. And this, of course, is a much older picture, and it's also taken, I believe, in the southern hemisphere. And this capture is from 2020.
I haven't
been very large. It has a regular base cloud. It has numerous continents on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I haven't been seeing many current captures of Nibiru very often. I don't see them very often.
Me neither.
Well, that's because it's very close to us, so it's very big, so it's hard to define. Yeah. This is like a year old, and it's when it's coming in. You can see the base cloud, which is a repetitive. All the planets have a regular repetitive base cloud, and we have learned what's what over the years. And there's another example of it. Now the sun is setting at this. This is about a year old, or sooner. See the sunset on the left-hand side. So we know that Nibiru is that very large, massive object that is filling the skies on the right hand side of the sun. Now, over the last month or two, it's gotten so very, very much bigger and passing us by even farther that it literally is in the northern sky come sunset. The side edge of it is what illuminates. This is 2012 when it first popped up from the southern hemisphere, from below Antarctica, from way down deep on the left-hand side as we're facing the sun. It came up from below us, and it will be passing and leaving our right shoulder as we view the sun in the nearby future. Dun, dun, dun.
Hi to Egg and bye to
Hi, Egg.
Esther. Esther is leaving, so
Glad
we'll
you're
see
here.
you
Share
later,
with your
Esther.
friends. Like,
Yes.
everybody,
Yeah.
go to Rebecca's YouTube channel. Watch her videos. The lady needs more count videos. Go do your homework. You watch these shows at least once, please.
Yeah.
You know, we want to get her plaque.
It's
And her
growing
count. Get her view count up, guys.
slowly, yes. All right. Thank you, Sam.
We have to change that, and it's weird not happening.
Well, okay, let me look at that video. Okay, so it's been a couple of hours since, that one video on TikTok that's, I don't understand it, but let's see how many views we have now. We're all the way up to 132 views in, over 24 hours. So that's really minimal. So that just tells me, I'm definitely not being, I'm not being pushed.
Well, there is some weird algorithm going on about landscapes and sky scenes, because remember how many times where we've had the computer to warn us that we were about to post a sky scene or a landscape scene, and why would the computer warn you about that if that wasn't part of the list or parameter of its duties? And why would it warn us?
Yes.
And it's like with new people. I ask them. I said, "Do you know about sea trails?" And they go, "Yeah, everybody knows about sea trails." What do you think? I'm stupid? And then I go, "Well, why do you think they spray them?" And then you hear crickets. And then some people will say, "Oh, they want to change."
But that's as far as most people take it, and if they take it any further, they go to
they're geoengineering, so the aliens can land here.
Theories, of. I posted just recently the count of each state's tornado count, right? And then I immediately got comments from people talking about weather warfare and all this shit, and I'm like, no, we know this. Look, if they wanted to really go there, there's a lot easier and less expensive ways to do that, and cheaper ways to do that. Not that they not that they'd be able to,
well,
from what I understand, they could manipulate
the extraterrestrials already own Earth. The Earth is already owned. They don't have to invade. They already own it. They already control everything that's going on here long ago, before any of us were born. There were treaties placed and things laid out and things in programs for beings that live much longer than we do. And there are probably many of them embedded in our society in ways that we don't even know about. And I know things I can't even talk about. So the problem is, folks, is there is so much more going on right now than even world politics that you don't even dare ponder, because the level of control that is going on is bigger.
We have to think
way bigger. Rebecca, do you have those 3 photographs at the end that I showed you?
Michael, I was just going to say, it's not gravity. It's electromagnetism. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure we. The last 3. Sorry.
Gravity is a combination of 3 different things. There's electrical static attachment. centrifugal force, and barometric pressure of the air value of the entire atmosphere above us. It's a combination. Gravity is not one thing. That's why Einstein's shit didn't work. And yes, I already got yelled at by top-level scientists many years ago in Washington over my opinion about gravity. So there isn't a thing you can do to faze me on that one. There is no debate. That is why I was recruited. And then they wanted to argue with me as well, and so I decided not to work with them. And for that, I was handed a dissident rating and brought back to Montana in handcuffs. So, as a young adult,
happen for no
slap,
reason.
you know. Yeah, they don't pick you up and take you. Yeah, they don't make you sign a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. If you're wrong,
Right.
why, they would go, okay, the guy's a crackpot, look at him,
Exactly.
Yeah. Look at this picture. This one I love. This one goes back many years.
That's incredible.
And so, how many of you guys think you're looking at a normal sky?
Yeah, where's the sun?
That is not the
Which
moon,
one's the
by the
sun?
way. On the left. The sun is on the right-hand side.
Well, we all know that that's the sun,
is
yeah,
not
but
the
look
moon.
at that shiny thing in there.
Most would call this
That is the lead asteroid.
Is what most people would call this.
That is the lead asteroid. In the middle of the red area is all of the object cluster group. And above that is Attu and Attu's moon. And behind it to the left is Uri. And see these yellow other little blips? So those are more asteroids at the bottom of Uri. And the onset of Uri. And then there's even a white circular thing down below. And that's probably a lens flare. I'm not sure yet. But anyway. This was 2016, and this is the illuminated object cluster group, asteroid group underneath Attu and Uri. And this is what's going over the top of us in the 180-day cycle. And it's way closer now. And I have been trying to warn everybody about this, and this is what we would call wormwood. That bright illuminated thing is the lead asteroid, and everything red behind it is the red asteroid and all the other stuff that is coming over the top of us, but way closer now. And I also sent you another white cloudy picture.
I was going to say, not that I meant to pull that up, but speaking of asteroids, and then this pops up, but that is an asteroid.
Yeah, that's lead asteroid about what, 2019?
Blew my mind when I realized that.
Yeah, one of mine just popped up as well. Exactly the same, but it was purpley. Yeah, it popped up as well.
Okay.
I meant to send you the video because a wee video. I actually put the video as my reel this week. It's in the middle of my reel.
Evidence only. Michael seeks
another
evidence
picture.
only. Well, that's what we're giving you, Michael.
I know. That's what we're doing. That's what I was. Yeah. That's what we're all about.
We do comparative
So
from year after year after we, try to incorporate all this information. And none of it is supposition. It's all time proven comparative information. We don't make these summations from one picture. We make them from around the world for 14 years worth of comparative evidence.
You have to take the time to go through all this information because it's been years of compiled information.
You have to train your brain to see them.
You have to start learning
You have a white cloud one for that.
seeing it, so you can digest it correctly, or else, if you take just one thing and try to make sense of it, you have to kind of start
that's
back up a little and then kind of
right
start soaking in that information because there's so much to go through, so much to go through, so.
Well, and Sam brought up a good point too. A lot of people don't realize that what we do is very draining. It takes a toll on your body and your mind. You got to learn to take breaks. Okay, sorry about that. Not answering. Sorry.
Yeah,
but I think it's important that people understand it takes a toll on you. And it is a process. It's not something you learn overnight. And it's like my husband
God,
said,
no.
I think a lot of people
you know,
just rather keep their heads in the sand.
Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Do keep it here. Let's
Okay.
talk about what we're staring at here.
Hi, Scully.
Yeah, that is the Skull asteroid, and NASA lied their asses off to tell us what was what. And we're seeing it again. It moved. We've been watching it. We've been talking about the Skull asteroid for well over a month and a half now, knowing it was moving, and suddenly, and that was all going back all the way back to the eclipse. And it showed up at the side edge where it was becoming illuminated. Now, normally it would usually be farther way up higher to the left, but being that Uri and Attu are now going over the top of us, we are now looking in between Uri and Attu, because Attu was over the top of our heads. So therefore, we got to see what was hiding in between them, and look who's back. And we know that the Skull asteroid is between Uri and Attu, and I have told people this for how many years, Rebecca?
Like 15
how many years? Well, no, I mean, I'm talking about just Skull asteroid location alone.
Oh, I don't know, actually. I don't know
About
how long.
6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. I was just thinking if you remembered.
Okay.
And I was giving, because once I figured out where, because I saw it happen, and I was watching Attu and Attu's moon, and I was watching Uri from my yard, and then as Attu moved in front of me, by eye, I watched the Skull asteroid emerge from behind between the two of them and become facially illuminated. And the first thing I saw was the skull, forehead, and eyes, and then the nose socket, and then the mouth, and then all these creepy clouds were drifting out of the mouth as it got illuminated in the angle of light change from the sun, and all of the wispy space gases came out of it. It was like watching a slow motion horror film of a screaming astral skeleton skull screaming at you, except from a silent video, and it was just insane. And that's when I learned, and it used to be over there where the finger is pointing. Now it has moved forward to closer to the middle of the next to the sun, just on the left hand side of the sun, and on the right hand side of Uri, because we're with Uri and Attu have moved.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, that is the Skull asteroid.
Yeah, I got something on my news feed about NASA talking about mining an asteroid, and it was this picture. Those two sockets are a dead giveaway. Those eye sockets are just a dead giveaway.
Well, I often wonder if this was shaped, or if we're just lucky to see it that way, or if it was carved to cause fear. Because boy, there are days when we see sightings of the Skull asteroid come in. A great example, Rebecca. Thank you. And it's actually been pictorialized now by other people. And literally, this is, except, the mouth is open. This is back when, in 2018-19, when the Skull asteroid was on the right-hand side of the sun, as well as Uri and Attu were at that time. And the thing is, you can't make this shit up. And here we've been documenting all of this crap and proving it and handing it to you and handing it for so many years now that if you don't go look back at the information, you're not going to find anywhere near the whole story in one or two of our live programs. We have so many years worth of information that we've culminated that it would take forever just to go even to talk about half of it. Just half of the information that we've all learned together as a group.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate on what Carla was saying. This is something that we all have done it takes a lot of time and a lot of it's very draining, as Carla was saying. I completely agree with you. It's not something like I see, Michael, you want to come and make sense of all this for 2 or 3 or 4 questions, but you're gonna have to kind of, you're saying gravity. People are telling you gravity doesn't exist. You kind of have to go back and kind of learn this stuff. There's a lot of information there. Go back and kind of try to digest the information that we have put together. That has taken us a great deal of time to learn and put together. if you're trying to make sense of all of this, with just a few questions, it's not going to work that way. You have to go back and kind of, put in a little bit of time and doing some research of, what we have put together, and you will get the big picture. I know there's a lot of questions. Your last one kind of tells me that you're a little kind of new at this. Earth is not flat.
You have to throw gravity out. The concept of gravity and rocket floating freely, willy-nilly.
Yes.
You have to throw gravity out. That's not how it works. We're an electrical universe. The reason the planets don't crash into each other is because they have a different electrical charge, because they have their placement in the atomic structure. And it's not a catastrophic compound. It's a stable compound. Therefore, it exists. And when they get too close to each other, they electrically repel and push each other away. That's all there's to it. But yet, the functioning binary, two suns, two sets of planets, goes on and on and on, cycle after cycle. This isn't a one-time passing. This has been going on under the conditions that we know it as. And currently, we as humans, for 350 to 400,000 years, and including ownership of who actually owns the planet Earth. And that is such a huge topic that you're going to have to spend a great deal of time learning that as well, even though a very good portion of you do not want to hear this information. I mean, I could tell you stuff that will make you sick within a matter of minutes, and I try not to. But I mean, this is part of, that exhausting thing that once we learn the heavy ramifications of everything in the science that we are proving and witnessing, not only just are we talking about it, but we're actually witnessing it happen. And that is very cumbersome. It's burdensome. And then you wear the weight and you want to go to the store and you want to tell people what you really think. And there's no way to express that. So that do becomes a special separator rather than something that joins us together. And we have to come together and group our information. And that's why we all like doing this, because it's a release.
Yeah.
But it's also very it's a process, because we are conditioned to think a certain way and to let go and accept new ways and accept what we have proven, throughout these years. That takes a lot out of you. And when I first came to this and I saw it, I was so excited to go through this. I thought everybody would see it too if I could just show them the right evidence. But apparently it doesn't work that way, and I think it's disbelief that really plays a part in this. The fact that we have been told this certain way things work a certain way, letting go of that is something that not everybody can do. People struggle, including all of us here. Sometimes I gotta remind myself, I gotta tell myself sometimes that I'm not crazy. It's a constant struggle of, am I crazy? Am I not? And then the evidence speaks for itself. And then you have to, no matter how crazy something sounds, at the end of the day, you have to accept it because you're seeing it. You're just,
and I like what Sam
over and over and over.
Sam always says this to his audience, but people need to do their research instead of just guessing or assuming that, because like you were just saying, we have been lied to, and it's hard to undo or unlearn everything you thought you understood to be correct. But if people don't want to do their research, they can't expect different results, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And
but
so
it is worth every minute that you put into this. Without a doubt, the craziest, coolest.
It's the start of a new science. We have to break that Einsteinian tradition that says that everything is just floating out there, and when something gets close to us, it's going to smack into us, because that's not how it works. You have to think of positively charged things and negatively charged things. And like the example is gold is a positively charged thing. Water is a positively charged thing. Earth is a positively charged thing. We are positively charged things. So there's a set of rules and a set of rules, but there's only one set of rules in the tabletop and in the universe. And that's the same set of rules, subatomic chemistry. And when you take into account the binary solar system has to have an atomic structure that has been stable for billions of years, it's not going to break out. Nibiru is not going to crash into us. We're not going to go paradoxal. However, the electron cluster underneath it, that we see examples of this electrical behavior, like that video that we showed, where the asteroids are discharging on other planets. A prime example of planetary electrical interaction between two bodies. The gas giant is pulling all of the electricity from Earth, and it's going zappity zap zap through the positively charged electrical or an electron of the asteroid group. They're like static if you were to rub your feet on tennis shoes on a carpet. That's what, and they're in the middle between the planets. And so they get all the static, and then they discharge off of each other. And it's part of a repulsive force. There's pulling and then pushing. And when they get too close to each other and our atmospheres rub into each other, then you see that discharging. And it's a constant force of pushing away, repulsion, until that two passes, two ships that pass in the night.
Oh.
Spot on.
And it looks so huge and so close, but it's not. These are massive. Now remember, purple lightning comes from high atmospheric conditions. The different color lightning makes a different variant on the depth and altitude in which it is striking from. Purple lightning is way high upper atmosphere. And we've never had purple lightning until 2010.
That's crazy.
So, we got to go back all the way to the back history. The two stars, the two sets of planets coming up from underneath us. And, if I was to tell the guy at the truck stop about this whole story, you'd have to basically start from the beginning. Right. And if you're new folks, that's where you have to start. You have to start at the beginning and start looking back at what we've already seen happen. And unfortunately, we're current because a lot of people are on top of it, and we try to give current information. And we should do more shows on the older, early information as well. But it's harder and farther in between for us to do that. And I'm constantly reminding myself to talk about the early days.
Yeah, when they were smaller and you could actually see their little approaching space cloud, and it would be over there, and then somebody else would be over
and
there.
Then they got bigger, and then they were on the right-hand side, and then moved over to the left, and then they moved over to the right, and then they moved to the left, and then they went over the top of us. And it's been ever since 2018, etc. And my favorite part is still when Saturn went over the top of the sun, and it put out those really freaky winged things. And what blows me away is that it went by the whole planet. Like, how come nobody on the planet noticed that until a week later? They went, "Oh, look at this cool picture I got." Uh-huh. Yeah, there's more than one object of being illuminated right there.
Yeah, this was
so
today.
It's difficult to make sense of it.
Right.
It's so confusing.
I'm looking forward to the separations of the two stars.
Yeah,
I think we're seeing two stars there, not just one. I think we're looking at two stars.
And you said that
it doesn't look round. To the right, the upper right.
Okay.
It came in from the lower left, lower Earth, on our left, as if we're staring at the sun. Each time, no matter what direction you're looking, as long as you're staring at the sun, it came from our bottom left, and I don't expect that direction to change, and it's going to leave our upper right. Well, we're passing through it. Do you have those other pictures of the long box cube ready, Rebecca?
I do. Yes, I sure do. I was wondering which ones.
I sent you 3 examples from this week only. I could have bound you with them, but I didn't. It's right there, by the way. There's the long box cube right there.
Wow.
And please excuse me for a minute. I'm just going to jump off for a couple minutes. I'll be right back on.
Okay, Carla. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I do see it now that you mention it. And it look at the blue ring around the sun. Look how blue that is. Like maybe blue from the blue asteroid, maybe?
Yeah, the blue asteroid should be there. And yeah, the blue asteroid is somewhere beside the sun currently. And depending on where the capture is from, it could be above, it could be to the left, it could be below to the right. And I think in this case, I think I'm looking at it. Let me blow it up again. I believe it is in the bottom right. Yeah, there is a bright blue. The blue asteroid is in the bottom right of the sun.
Nice.
Check that out.
Now that lens show you it's also there. Now think opposite refraction. The purple dot is the sun, and the blue asteroid, but it's opposite refraction because the blue asteroid is on the bottom right-hand side in that shaft light, right there at the bottom. There, that's the blue asteroid, and of course, it's in the monthly site drawing.
All right. Well, this was
we
earlier
draw all
today.
that stuff when we tell you every month where everything
perfect time for pictures. Really,
Yeah.
I didn't had but a minute. I just stopped. I pulled over and grabbed this video, and I also
That's
had
the
a
bottom of Uri.
It's like a triangle.
Rising up higher.
choices here.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
that?
that's the bottom of Uri. That's getting way higher now.
Is that from today, Rebecca?
That's really cool.
It is. About 1 o'clock.
Wow.
And they're going to get smaller over time too, and then we're going to see better facial illuminations of them, and we don't have to make too many new drawings because we can go back to the old ones. This is where everything in the upper left-hand corner is the sun shining through the crud at the bottom of Uri. There's a whole field, you can see it. All of this white stuff on the upper left, all the way to the bottom left corner, is all part of the atmosphere of Uri, the Uri whiteout, the mix-in. We're seeing through the debris fields at the bottom of Uri as she rises up and comes in front of us. And this is part of what's happening in the daytime as well, pre-dawn, etc. And all of that's going on. And that's why the light is breaking up and refracting. And you'll notice over the next week or so, the light is going to be a very white but yet dim. We're going to see a light cutoff occurrence where the sun is going to be looking really weird. There'll be shadow area on one side, illumination on the other again. So we're going to see that from the mix-in of Uri whiteout.
And then after we do these pictures, I have a slideshow of Robert Marshall Smith.
Cool.
So
I love his.
Yes.
I love his.
Right.
Look at the date on this picture. It is 2022. It's like November, or November, December, no, 10, not 11, Sam. October is the 10th month, correct? Hello, brain. Getting slow. We're at hour 2.5. Hello. So yeah, this is the only older picture because I found this one and it matched the same angle, which is why I got this one as well. But I sent Rebecca 2 other pictures of the long box cube. And
they're up right now. Do you not see them? Do you see it, Sam?
Yeah, I do see them now. I just
okay.
saw the second picture now.
Okay,
that's
there
the first
you go.
one.
So here's
the
first, second one. Yes.
Yeah, and this is recent. This is new. And you can see it in the upper middle. That's the long box cube. And you can see the side orb next to it, just like the drawing. It's in a little black dot and a little white line going around in the middle of it. And then there's multiple little craft in the shot as well, but it's also in front of is Saturn's yellow moon. And then the bottom blip in the dead center next to the telephone pole, but over to the left, is probably the green asteroid.
Right. It's always at that angle too. You know, it's very consistent at that particular tilt over and over again.
Yeah, and it's been there since 2019 when they came out of hiding. And, you know, we've been screaming that. And this is part of why I sent you those photos, because we've gotten them in all week again. And it's very important, along with the planetary message, the fact that there's an entire fleet, if not fleets plural. There are a couple of fleets parked over the top of us right now as we speak. And I think this is important information to get out to people, and yet for some reason there is no one wanting to talk about it. And yet here again, every day this week and the last month and the month before it and the month before it and the year before it, we are getting captures of the Texas Cube, long box cube, Star Destroyers, smaller craft, by the thousands, and no one wants to talk about it.
It's heartbreaking, really. I'm very concerned for our world right now, that people just want to rather stay oblivious.
Well, point of view.
It's upsetting, isn't it, Carla? I find that very upsetting because I came into this very excited to share this with people. And it's like something, something just knocked me right back down to earth. And it made me realize it was hard for me to accept the fact that I can't show this to them. It doesn't matter what I can show them. It doesn't matter the evidence. It does not make a difference to some people. It's not make a difference, and I find that disturbing. Like I can't wrap my mind around that. I've accepted it because it just happens over and over, but it sucks.
Right.
Like, it sucks. It's upsetting. It's very upsetting to me.
Unfortunately, I had to learn to lower my expectations.
Yes.
As far as with a lot of people. It's not a good feeling, but you know that you're doing everything you can to show people, and the rest is on them, as sad as that is.
Yeah.
I've really learned I've had to learn how to accept that.
You have to know.
When I watched
Star Destroyers,
I watched the Star Destroyer offload from the cube by eye for hours. I sat and watched, and the light was perfect. They were in the northwest sky. I'll never forget it as long as I live. I sat out in my yard till my knees, and then I sat down around, and then got wet from the grass watching this. And they were offloading those things out of the Texas Cube. And then later, the box cube, and then here came this cube, and on, and these are graphic drawings right there. My computer went to sleep in front of me. To that. This is exactly what we're seeing around the world. Capturing a job. I've captured it. I've watched it. Rebecca's captured it. This shit is real. It's happening. It's going on right now. And the level of lies, including, see that thing up in the upper corner here? Including the frickin' Death Star, which we have all cited, including myself by eye. It's in the beginning of our startup. There's a video on there. It's one of the most, we waited for years for a video like that. We got it. And that's why it's in the startup video of our show here. And this shit is real. And so where are you going to draw the line in your science and in your mentality? Are you dipping your foot in the hot tub? Or are you getting in?
Right.
We have to change everyone's point of view. What's really going on? There's so much more going on, and it's not something where we can do this little how are you guys talk show. And I'm
I like what
Zoom.
Carol Ann
I'm trying to
said
devote that information.
I like what Carol Ann said last Saturday. After I left the show, she was saying, she was telling you, Sam, to not focus on the the naysayers. Just focus more on those that you can awaken, and try not to focus too much on that. And as hard as that is, I think it's the greatest that applies anybody, because I think there a lot of energy has been spent, at least myself, not anymore, but for a while, was spent on trying to convince people that we're not going to accept it, and instead I would rather spend time like with Christoper, who did want to learn it, and those like Tara, like Joyce, like Shelly, those who do want to learn, you choose your battles, I guess, is what she was saying.
Yes.
Well, part of what I try to do with everyone is try to ask why. You give them a situation, you give them a thing to think about, and then you say, okay, no matter what your answer is, then ask why. And that secondary why is the rarest thing in the world with people. Like we talked about secrets. You know about them, but did you ask why they would be spraying them? And then you get blank because people don't chase the answer. And I've heard this from so many people. Well, I'm sure there's smarter minds than myself out there that would know this information, so therefore I don't have to work on it. And we all have to work on it. All of us have to gain our science, up our level of study. We all have to, if you've got that question in your mind, go look it up. I mean, my God, currently the biggest education system that ever was exists right into your fingertips. And you don't have to pay for a college education. You can look it up. You can Montessori follow your scientific, learn how to learn. And unfortunately, uneducated people have not learned how to follow that pathway because they give up, because they say to themselves, I won't know that because, and you give an excuse. Go ahead, Gillian, you're a teacher.
That's the thing, Sam, is I'm so completely agree with you. We always think that we're dumber than the people up there, but the only difference is that they actually learn something, where it's not, there's no dumb unless, you have some pre-diagnosed something, mental issues. There's either learned or unlearned, in my opinion. There's no dumb, there's no ignorant. There's just either you learn something or you don't know it.
I think it's just to do a drive to learn it.
We think it's like, it's difficult. All these things are beyond our brain capacity. And I can tell you from personal experience, people out there are not as smart as we tend to think they are. They're not any smarter anyway, than any of us. We can figure this out. This is information that anybody can follow.
Unfortunately, I am afraid of what I have learned about what people are. It scares the hell out of me to see the education of other people. I never compared my government-rated IQ to anyone else before until I got on the internet. And what I take for granted, and it's a simple pathway of self-evident material, is not for everyone else. And I was slapped in the face with that like a cold fish so many times, I couldn't tell you. And the basic assumptions of the simplest of sciences, and people are not aware of that. And to me, that was just, normal bread on the table. It took me years just to even catch up to people that I forever didn't even understand when they said, well, what can I do about it? And I didn't even understand that premise. I had to actually hear it enough before I realized that people were not self-seeking information. And
that's what people are doing. They're thinking, oh well, I can't think about that. How can I change anything, or how can I learn that? I'm like, is it people have been dumbed down and they're all sitting there thinking that they can't? It's the first thing that comes in your mind when you look at these things. I mean, it's one of the first things personally that I thought when I looked at the stuff. I thought, gee, don't I need to be a scientist, or don't I need to be like a lecturer in physics or something to be able to understand all this? And then I realized when I looked at kids' science books as well, there's a gap in our education, and it's not our fault. The people that write the books have done it on purpose, left the gaps. And this is what we need to help fight with, to make people see that it's not them, it's not their fault, that they really can, that we can. We've got an amazing capacity as human beings to that we don't even realize. We haven't tapped our own potential. Like Sam says, he thinks that, everybody should know this, and we should. We probably should. We're just we're asleep, and we're still, some of us sitting there with a bit of us that's asleep, but we're actually not asleep. If we just went, why, just once a day, Why? Or Google something once a day, and pretty soon you'll be Googling 5 things a day, because you won't be able to resist it once you realize, because it's built into us. It's the magic that is built into our brain. And if it's been put off, back when we were 5 years old, by the boring school stuff. Yeah. And then one day we realized, like, geez, look at that thing in the sky. I want to know what that is. Like, who says I can't know what that is? Right. And then one day you see something sitting there and it defies logic. It defies your brain, and you rub your eye and you look at it and you go, it's still there. And that's what happened for me. It can happen for anyone. That's what I'm saying to anybody who's new out there. Don't give up. Look at the thing again. Think about it.
That's how Montana Skywatcher was formed. That way, everybody could, if you caught a picture of something, you could send it someplace, and then everybody could compare from Michigan to California to the UK. And then everybody started comparing these pictures. And over the years, we started venturing out in groups, and we were doing group discussions and group science, watching live cams in Antarctica, back when you could actually look up and type into direct satellite links and everything, which now you can't do. And this was prior to even the Google blackout or Google Space blackout. I suggest if you don't know about that, look that up, which is obvious evidence that something was going on they didn't want anyone to see. And fortunately, I had taken a few screen captures prior to it going black, and then I kind of knew what I was looking at, but I didn't have a for sure. And then over the years, we started seeing this blob in the sky on everybody's pictures. And then we started seeing things down in Antarctica as well. And then we noticed in Antarctica, when it's supposed to be pitch black down there, it wasn't. And you can go and look that up, find out why Antarctica gets dark at night. And I'll hand out hints most of the time. I'm not going to give everybody all the answers. And the idea is to have you learn this information for yourself, because if you chase your questions, you'll actually remember the results rather than me standing here telling you tonight. You'll have to come back and watch the movie over and over again, or the video over, excuse me. Yeah, we're on the movie now. But, this is documentary for the future. And somebody's calling me, and they're going to have to, I'm going to hang up on you. I'm sorry, whoever you are. Okay. Can't talk on the phone at the same time.
Yeah, Joyce.
Okay. Sorry, wireless caller. I apologize. I can't answer the phone right now. Anyway, the point of it is if you actually search for this information on your own, and you go out and you do, the answers you're going to get are going to be more stable, and they're going to be more informed. And if we hand all of this information to you for free, they're calling back again. All right, go right ahead, folks. I'm going to be right back.
Oh yeah. There's another thing that popped up in my news feed as well, was the Dark Knight satellite. Now, everybody's talked about the satellites, Starlink and all the rest of it, but nobody quite realized that there was a really ancient satellite, and it's been going around and around the Earth, and they theorized by checking out its orbits and trajectories and stuff, that this thing has been up there for 13,000 years.
Wow.
That this thing is no spring chicken, that this thing sends messages to the moon, and that there's bases stretched throughout our solar system, like literally stretched throughout our solar system. And I found out that there was a face on Mars. Cydonia region is in the same exact position on Mars as Egypt is on Earth.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the technology that's placed these things? They've left so many things.
We are so far down the rabbit hole. Most people just have no idea. No.
I can't believe that I started seeing these things like years and years ago, and I always wondered, why am I seeing this? Why am I reading this book? Why did I find this information? And
absolutely.
do you know, like it was in preparation for the now and for giving it to others. Do you know I've gone and collected all the books that I had in South Africa all over again because I couldn't put them on the airplane in my bag.
Oh, no.
I kept 5 precious ones. I've got my Mars, the civilization that was killed on Mars book. That I've got the Pleiadian message book, the one about Earth being the library, the living library, and that a whole lot of things was brought here to Earth because Earth was, you know, they talk about the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
Well, we've got the Goldilocks planet, I feel, and we were so fortunate, and our own planet already had a life form that they could augment and create. We are just a miracle, like walking around on 2 legs, and people should be more excited about who and what they are.
Well,
they just don't even know.
Approximately 350 to 400,000 years ago, there was a negative faction that moved in. There was a space war over the top of us. That controlling area of this part of the solar system was taken over, and then we were manipulated and changed from our original. And we are not the first version of many manipulations. And what the point with it is, it's a war that we can't win, and the only way that we can win it is for us to grow out of it and earn our elevation. And this is part of the prerequisite laid out plan that has been embedded in mankind for a few thousand years on purpose. What has taken generations to us is very slow or very fast to them. And it's just a few, people cycles, and they live far longer, so it's not the same time zone. You have to realize agenda is not the same as good and evil. When man talks about ownership of Earth, we cannot ask, is it evil? We cannot ask, is it good? Is it heaven? Is it God? Is it demigod? Is it bad? Is it whatever? The question has to do with factional agenda and what this factory means and why we are here. And you have to ask that why. And that's going to temper your opinion either for the fighting or for the acquiescence, where you acquiesce to the ownership of Earth. Either you give in or you don't. But there's a middle road, and that middle road is for us to learn and grow. And that's what we're doing. There is no way to defeat them in war or to outthink them because they live longer than we do. We have to earn our place forward and become a commodity through conversation, emotion, and growth. And not be currently, and I was going to ask earlier when we were talking about the fleets of ships. They're over, and everybody goes, "Oh, I can't deal with it. It's horrible." But you have to ask, who is the bad guy?
Right.
Are we the bad guy? I mean, they're flying over the top of us. What do you think they think of us? Are they looking down? Oh God, look at those people! Look how they're shitting in their own environment.
We're busy.
Look how they're killing each other
and busy fighting over.
Look how they're starving their children. Look how they're ruining their environment. Well, you're still there. You went over to the side.
Only you're just a bit lopsided.
No, it's still working.
What time does that clock say?
Still working. She doesn't know.
No, she thinks she froze.
Rebecca, we need you back. Hope her wireless headphones are working.
Maybe she took her ears.
Anyway, we have to reweigh and re-see everything that we do, live, think, and say, because this is no longer Kansas anymore, Toto.
Nope.
And we have a visiting faction or multiple factions that are taking the commodities to Earth and sizing us up. And, mom and dad are here, and I clean as the teenager's room and all of that. So we can't fight this, but we have to intellectually grow our way out of it. So this is the only avenue, and you have to learn. And part of that learning is to be kicked into the binary system, the truth. Go ahead, Jesus.
I just wanted to say, you're talking about learning, and Gillian was talking about that too. I just want to say, Gillian, when you were in South Africa, your access to information was limited. and you still found a way, whether it was at one of the few libraries that you had available. All that was limited, and you learned a lot of stuff. And we, as here in America, are a little spoiled, and I think in most of the world, we have so much information just on this thing, and we are squandering that, and I think you're a perfect example and kind of an inspiration as well, Gillian, because back in again, and when you were in South Africa, you had such limited options to educate yourself, and you still were curious enough to make it work. And I think that's the problem here in Western society. I think that we have become spoiled and become so entrenched in our own everyday life that we don't think beyond what what our next meal is, beyond what are we going to do after work. And there's so much out there to learn. There's so much more than what we are told. Take advantage of all this information that's been put together by all of us, and a lot of the information that's been put together by technology. Be aware and be wary of where you get your information, but good God, get the information, take advantage of it, because it took a lot of people a lot of time to put this together. And Sam, you and your family have been through a lot of shit just to put this information out there. Somebody please take advantage of it and put it to use, because this information has come at a great cost to some people, so take advantage of it, because the biggest, the most important currency in the world is not money, it's information. All right, it's information, and that is real power, is information, guys. I just had to put that out there, because Gillian, every time that I think you mentioned that to me maybe a year or so ago, that you didn't have access to all this information, but you still somehow were attracted to it somehow, and you made it work, and that's inspiring. And I think we should take a page from that and kind of get our shit together, and start to question authority and question the bullshit that we've been fed and the lies, because we all know, I think we all feel it, that we don't, there's more to life than what they tell us, and there is a lot more, and we've proven that. Come and go through our information. There's a ton.
There's more to death than they tell us too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's way more to death as well. It's like we don't end there. And notice that the hubby was talking about in 2000, a hail bop and the comet and all of that coming by in 96 and 97. And that was a transitory period as well. And that's when many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of spirits were risen from the earth and taken to the celestial stairway. And I witnessed that and it's documented. And I had other people there. This is why I say it was documented, because when you have witnesses, it's real. And you do comparative science stories, etc. There is so much more going on out there than just the stuff that we talk about, including what's going on in your living room that the human eye does not register. And once you start down now you also have to throw out that fear department too, because this stuff can scare the crap out of you if you let it. But what you've got to do is you've got to open up the reality that there is more going on, and that we don't know everything that is exactly right before us, including, the fact that, you can't see electricity, but it's in your house. You can't see the air, but the air is in your house. You have to realize there is so much more going on, and then I'll remind people that not all ETs require front doors. They don't need doors, so neither do ghosts. They don't open and close doors unless they're trying to get your attention.
Right.
And there's, I believe I have to go cut pizza. Oh, okay. 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Sam's
That
talking
reminded-
about. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Nova's asking me a
talking
question about a song,
Nibiru.
so I'm not cutting pizza. I'm right here, but in 1 second, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
Sam.
like this like past couple days, I've been having weird things happen, like random things that I need, like my keys, phone, whatever. They keep getting moved all over the house.
We were talking about
okay.
Oh my gosh. So I'm thinking, okay, this isn't happening, right? So I made sure to put my phone somewhere where I know I put it here, okay? 2 minutes later, I turn around, it's on the floor. And then yesterday, my wife has the car keys in her hand. Well, not the car keys, our house keys in her hand. And she, I don't know, she tripped or something, but the keys kind of flew out of her hand and they hit the ceiling and they disappeared. I swear. And then, sure enough, we looked all over the bedroom for them because I thought, well, they must have hit the ceiling fan, right? No, we looked all over the room for them. I don't know where we found them, but they weren't in the bedroom.
Poltergeist.
Yeah. Something, I don't know what's going on.
It's been a weird.
I had for many months for a while where I would walk across the house with an object. I would put it on the counter, in the middle of the counter, knowing that was the safe place to put it down. And then I would walk away from it, and then it would follow me and fall off the counter. And it happened over and over and over again. And the way I chalk that up, it has to do with body electricity and polarity, that you charge something as you're walking with it, and then you set it down, and it's part of your magnetosphere. It's part of your bubble, your electric bubble. And you set it down and you walk away, and it goes with you. And I think that has a lot to do with enlightenment and power of E and the transition of your chakra tower and body electricity. So you're probably also seeing stages of your mental development as well in your spiritual chakra extrasensory perception abilities that you're going through. By your being part of our group, you are being elevated. And because as I was and everyone around us has become, and it's all part of, it's good. In science terms, it would be proton proximity likeness identification. And for you sleuths out there, go look that one up.
I know when you talk about that, Sam, because everybody's story.
When a lower humming harmonic, a human resonance or a proton has a hum at a certain level and meets a higher vibrational electron or proton. The smaller hum proton actually assumes the higher frequency. And if you were to take those two protons away from each other and send one all the way across into the gamma quadrant, millions of light years away, they would forever be connected by a thread, a cosmic thread through time and space.
Wow.
And that has to do with how stargates work. And that has to do with what the Hadron Collider and all, and the Texas Collider are all about. And if I say any more, I'm going to get in trouble.
I think we get.
And that's how everything works. Everything is electrically connected to our universe and placement and compound. And their advanced chemistry and science is so insanely beyond us. You couldn't even argue with wanting to attack these people. And they are people. They're just people that live a hell of a lot longer than we do.
Yeah,
and some of them made us.
The ones that made us.
Well, those are local. We were local. We're local made. We're homegrown, but we're talking factions that aren't. Because
but some of them gave us their genetics to be able to.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's why we are here, to be able to produce the products, the commodities that Earth provides is being shared as we speak. And that cycle is going to continue even 4,000 years from now when they come back and the next time for the next cycle. And that's going to happen because their society, the larger other society, needs those commodities. And at the same time, the Federation comes in and gets their cut as well. Factional agenda, not good or evil.
Sam, you mentioned before that we are patented product. Is there any chance that this isn't really our planet of origin? You know, there's a lot of people that say that
boils down to point of view again.
Sorry, just real quick, hear me out. Some people say that, and again, I'm just speculating here, asking, but that there's certain things that people think that we didn't originate here because our eyes are sensitive to the sun. We have back problems. So there's people that say that our evolution would be more adapted to these things if we had evolved on Earth.
That's evolutionary conditioning due to oxygen, mass, etc., and planetary stability size. We are a combination of the Earth creature from the Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Neanderthal, Clovis, and all of that, man. All of those people were real too, but they were a previous version of us for a different time during the Ice Age, etc., because they had to be larger bodied in order to stay warm. But we are of the Earth in a segment. If you chop up a pizza, you have X number of slices, and our one slice of that pizza is from Earth. But we're also a combination of 12 other races in a laboratory created genome construct of a version that works, rather than how many we don't know previous cycles or previous versions or multiple versions that were all running around at the same time in prehistory that we don't even get close to even knowing, even a million years ago, let alone 2 million years ago, let alone 65 going back to the dinosaurs. So my point with this is there have been multiple versions of us in that time period. But the one that we are is lab created, because we know that for a fact, because our 24th chromosome is laboratory clipped. And that cannot happen in nature. Only in a genetic petri dish can that occur. And we are manipulated into short-lived versions of the 12 genome depositing races that live much longer than we do. And that's how they control our population. We are short-lived.
So to add to that, Sam, you also said that there's a possibility that there's that I don't know, some of our kind, I guess you could call it, or could it be sent off to other planets to do the same thing that we do here, basically?
Yeah, and this is why I refer to it as a patent product, because we don't know how many other mining planets there are out there that are contained or controlled by other factions other than those on the local planets of Nibiru and Saru, that populace. We do not know if we've been sold or licensed out to the Federation or not. But how many of you out there have this feeling that sometime you've been out there flying a space fighter craft and you feel very connected to it, and somehow there's something going on that is way out in space and you don't know why? I believe that there are clones of us. I believe that a good portion of the abductions and everything is
my entire life I've felt that. Yeah. As long as I can remember.
I believe that there's clones. I think the abductions are to gather material to test the humans, just like we sample wolves. I think there's also a reproduction. I think they're growing many of us that for exterior uses on other planets.
Wow.
You ever see the movie? Did anybody ever see that movie? What is it called?
Hell, Stargate, SDI.
What is it called? It's about clones. It's about how they use clones for spare parts, basically, for rich people on Earth, and these people don't know.
Maybe the movie was called Clone.
I can't remember what the movie is.
I know what you're talking about.
The Island. The Island.
Yeah, that's a great
movie. When I saw that movie, it had such a huge impact on me, but I was still not awake to a lot of this. But now that I always think about that when Sam talks about how we could be a patented product and there's others on other planets. Because I think that movie
but let's go one step farther than that.
Was a little bit of a hint,
but let's go one step farther than that.
Okay.
When we were created, they were not able to separate their electrical life force that they exist off of from their creation. And they were drastically surprised when we had souls. And this too mixes into some science and some lore.
Wow.
And so part of that process in that clip,
the
24th chromosome, and us passing on. Go ahead.
Well, the only way that the organs were viable is if they had a life experience. They some kind of a life. The organs would fail if it was if they just kept them in a vegetative
state. They didn't have the spark, the light of man.
Right.
Yes, exactly. And what ends up happening
in the end
is they end up finding out what's happening. Some people start questioning shit, and they start evolving and end up helping them. It's such a great and disturbing movie, I think. But every time that you talk about that, Sam, I can't help but think about that movie because it's really it was really a little difficult to watch that movie in a way.
It's creepy.
To think of that.
Well, yeah, knowing that that these guys are flying over the top of us every day for years, and the masses aren't even aware of it. That's creepy to me.
Yeah, I think about it all the time. When I have people in my car and they're completely oblivious and there's something happening in the sky, and I just think, God, so many people, so many unsuspecting people of what's really happening. And it's
where do you start?
It's gut wrenching to think about that. I think about that all the time. How do you explain that to somebody? Like how do you explain that to somebody? How do you convey that to somebody? You were saying that last Saturday, Sam. How do you convey this information?
Last week, yeah.
How do you begin? Because there's times where I have somebody in my car and I really want to talk to them about certain things. I'm like, how do I tell them? Like, that's a planet. How do I tell them we are just somebody's tool for getting their commodities? And how do you tell that to somebody, first of all, without ruining their life? Let them laughing at you. How do you do that? It's difficult. And then I understand why some people will never be awake to this, but because I don't think a lot of people will take it the way we have. This has affected us. We'd be crazy to say it hasn't affected us on a deep level psychologically, but at least we're still sane. I don't think
I have 4 words.
Really, really accept that.
I have 4 words that cover the whole concept. We are not alone.
Yeah.
We're not alone. And we never have been. And we're connected to a much larger galaxy. There's tons of factions. It's Star Wars up there. It really is. And we've been kept in the dark on this from our technology and our inability to socially handle it socially. We can't, we're afraid of the truth. We can't handle the truth. And we have to somehow figure a way to do that. We are not alone, and we are not in charge. And Earth does not belong to us. And we were put here. And they come back every 4,000 years. Minus a few hundred, my numbers. 3,654 approximate. We don't have all the facts. We were running off most of the information that we could drag up. It's a cycle that happens over. It's 80 sometimes since the last management change. It's been going on and on and on and on and on and on. And we can't fight it. We can't buck the system. The system has to continue, and it will continue. But the idea is that we have to get smart enough to grow out of the system.
Right.
That's all there is to it. We have to become emissaries and have a voice.
Yeah.
We have to join NATO, so to speak, in the world of planets and the voice.
And I don't question. It is what it is. The thing is, how do you get this? Bring this. This is where I struggle. Is how do you get this message that is just so mind-boggling and mind screw? How do you convey this to people? How do you wake people up of something so?
Well, the number one thing we're always asking is, are we alone in the universe? Number 2 is, where do I go when I die? I forget what number 3 is, but because I actually talked about that in the show before, because I did look it up. And the point with it is both of those answers are directly related to number 1.
Right.
We are controlled when we die, and we are controlled as we live right now. Now, the realization has to be that you are not just somebody sitting there that can't do anything about nothing. You are an electrical being, and there are rules for the universe. But you have to, even in Star Trek, and it's the Prime Directive. Once your brain grows above the Prime Directive, where you're aware of the rules, and anytime you have any encounter with an extraterrestrial, and you are aware of the rules, they have to treat you by the rules. If you are a violent, illogical, animal, stupid human, they can treat you as they will.
Huh.
So I always say, if you see aliens, don't shoot at them,
right,
unless they shoot at you first. And then shoot back and run.
And even
whatever, which I don't even think is wise. Then just run.
Yeah, even then it's
you don't want to be alien.
You're not going to win them. Their technology is just far beyond anything.
Yeah, it's beyond reproach. And when all the stories, and I even actually sat down and watched X-Files this week. I never used to be able to watch X-Files because I do have an actual abduction scenario, and it causes post-traumatic stress disorder in ways I can't even begin to describe to you, nor will I ever try. And that, that's part of, what I talked to Rebecca this week about it on the sidebar. I was typing like a lunatic madman. I can actually sort of know when the cubes are over the top, just like I feel them or hear them, but that's not a proper description. What happens is all of a sudden they enter my thought process, like all of a sudden, boom, out of the blue, I'm watching something on television, and then bang, the cube is in my mind. Now, where did that come from? I didn't think of it, but yet there it is. And I go out the front door, and I look up, and there it is.
Yeah.
So, and this is why I told Rebecca, it's like I hear them or feel them, but I can't attribute either one to it. But you just know. You just know. And it's so weird. And all of this information's coming in, and it's so much of it, and it's insane from around the world. And I don't even know where I'm suddenly, I'm that ball they drop on the spinning roulette wheel every day. And I'm going through and the ball lands on 38 black, and I'm getting this dump of this information that I hadn't thought of, hadn't wanted. Pre-qualified anything, nothing, never crossed my mind in the wildest dreams I ever thought, and boom, this, somebody slaps a pancake on my plate out of the blue. And what the hell is this? And here, there's a good example of the great dramatization of the ship that's going to go over the top of us right now in the 180-day cycle, and the red asteroid and all the asteroids behind it under Uri.
Yeah.
It's exactly what's coming. And
really
it's going
accurate.
to mess with us all the way through October normally. And we don't even know what it's going to do with the hurricane season. We could see superstorm Cat 6s.
Wow.
I've been thinking a lot about
we've never...
and the destruction,
we're going to fry or flood, or we're going to, everything's going to be different.
And it covers so much more ground than
the weather we're seeing.
Or anything does. So it's kind
of we've never seen weather like this in our entire lives ever. This has never ever happened. No one. I've watched the weather for many many years, and I have never seen this weather. Never. And I study. I mean, I used to record VHS, the Weather Channel, back in the '80s, man.
Speaking of weather, I do have a video.
There's a lot of shit flying over our heads every day.
I have a video of weather events, so we can take a peek at that. There's really so much going on. This is only a portion of what I've rounded up. So, okay, hang on.
Okay, now I'm going to cut pizza. I'll be back.
Yeah, okay, Sam. All right. Yeah, I didn't even get the ones downloaded from TikTok because I felt like this was too much already. Like as much as we have to look at is a lot. Hang on.
The flooding is what freaks me out the most.
Yes, the cars rolling down the street.
I just don't. The water, all that water freaks me out.
Yes. Well, shoot. I thought I was here. I know I saved it. Give me a second. Let me give me a second. Let me see if I have it saved again. I'll try saving it. But yeah, that was something I never remember seeing is cars rolling down streets on in any flood I've ever saw on video or whatever. That's not normal. Let's see. Bear with me a second. Okay, I'm going to share this one until I find the other one. I'm curious what I labeled it as because it's not popping right up. But this is what we saw earlier and then some.
Okay.
Sorry. Maybe I was looking in the wrong place. Anyway, I'll get there, guys. It's tricky. All right. It's like, I know I saved it.
Oh, Gillian's tablet died.
Oh, no. Did it really?
Gillian. My phone kept overheating. Like, never had that problem before.
Right. That too.
It was weird. I threw it in the fridge.
Is it okay though? I mean, it's gonna be okay. That happened to me when I was trying to be live on the phone.
Oh yeah.
Outside, I had it plugged in on the charger and was on live for hours, and it cannot charge faster than it drains.
Right.
I don't know, but anyway. So, okay, here's this video. And then I'll get the current event ones.
Cool. Oh.
I don't know. But anyway. So, okay, here's this video. Look at that.
Wow,
the
look
whole
at that.
Sky, this planet. Isn't it perfect?
Jeez, look at it. Hi, planet.
Kind of makes you want to go on a road trip, maybe?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to see other parts of the country's skies,
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I would like to get a new view, for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh my word. Look how black that is.
overhead, close passing planet. And that's what's causing the weather. And that's the freak core right there of Nepacity. You can see the snorkel core. You can see the green color. See the rotation. That is the side of probably a Saturn.
Wow.
And the Saturn's yellow moon, yes. Yeah, that's the Saturn's yellow moon and the Saturn.
Wow.
Note the direction of the light is to the left. That is the Saturn's yellow moon. See the flame-like clouds? That's rotational attitude. See, there's only one base cloud, not 1, 2, 3. And then notice how the cumulus nimbus in the middle to right-hand side clouds are being pressurized from the top. This is Attu and Attu's moon. We saw an earlier version of it in the beginning of the show. There again is Snail foot. Look where the sun is. It's at sundown. And for the longest few months, Attu and Attu's moon have been directly over the top of us. All that discharge has to do with the asteroids and Earth and Attu and Attu's moon repelling from each other. Static discharge because they have different electrical fields, and those electrical fields will push or pull. They don't collide. They pass by close and repel and cause freak storm. And that's why Nibiru, see that yellow right there on the right-hand side?
Yes.
What color is Saturn's moon?
Okay, yellow moon, right. It is very yellow. Just,
And this is after sunset, and we're probably looking north.
Yeah.
So, and that looks like New York City.
I've seen it yellow a lot. Like here is another yellow, but look at that. Like you can see a planet behind a planet.
You see the pale blue down at the bottom?
Core. Attu's moon is dead center, the dark area on the top. Attu is behind it, and behind that is Nepacity. That's why everything's dark. And the sun is just middle left by the fence post. Just left of the fence post is the sun.
Too bad it ends right there. That video ends like right there. I want to see it keep going.
You can see illuminated central core, and that illuminated internal core is Nepacity. But we know the dance, and then you look at the big dark circle in the pause mode here at the front top. That is Attu's moon, and then there's a secondary darker circle, and that's Attu, and behind that is the open core of Nepacity, which is green and also filling in on the left-hand side. The greeny blue on also on the left-hand side as well. And that shows you Attu's moon over the top of us. Well, and the out view is Nepacity, followed by the sun way behind it. And everything beyond on the right-hand side is dark because the sunlight is being blocked by two planets.
It's just a short little clip. Oh, well. I wanted to keep going.
Look how the light changes.
Yeah. But
it never does.
Right. They have to stop at some point, but
you have to learn the light. And this is transitory. Oh boy, look at that. Yeah, that is the Saturn's yellow moon in front. This is again Nepacity. I don't that's right there is the base core. You can see the fingers of Nepacity. And how it's rotating.
Yes.
Yeah, and that see the flame-like small area middle to right side, that was Attu or Saturn's yellow moon in front of a Saturn, which is white. And now this again is greenish Nepacity. This could be Saru-based cloud, but I doubt it. It could be just normal clouds. Or it could be the bottom of Uri as well. This is Attu discharge. This is Snail foot of Attu again. Now, we have never seen this cloud pattern prior, ever, in history, prior to the arrival of close pass of Attu. Never, ever, 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 ever. I've never seen it. And we even learned the snail foot before we even learned about the snorkeling and then the rain bombing that Nepesity does. And Nepesity does what she does because she's a smaller planet than Attu. And we got to watch this discharging going on in space when Attu and Attu's moon was much smaller as well. And it was discharging out the lead asteroid and the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid and all of those asteroids were discharging. And that's what we looked at in that early picture of that illuminated space gases that Rebecca didn't mean to put in, but she did on that picture if you go back in earlier in the show. And that area is illuminated in space through this electrical discharging, whether it's close to Earth or not. But it does include Earth when it gets close to it.
Wow.
And there are large illuminated objects at night and large facially darkened objects flying by during the day. And if you just spend time outside, you can't miss these things. They're massive.
I'm going to play Robert's clip first. So just in case he is trying to, because I don't know what time it is for him, but
I'm going to cough drop number 2.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm taking my Ricola drug.
It's like, I know I saved these things. Let me go back and get it.
Ricola. Give us an advertising bonus, Ricola.
I could sponsor us.
Crap, I can barely talk.
Okay.
Yeah, listen to that crazy Nibiru guy talk for hours. Ricola.
I know. We're at what, 4 hours now? I think 4 hours or so.
3 hours 33, 48, 49, yeah. 50.
Oh, okay.
51, 52, 53. Oh, okay.
Okay, here it comes. I promise. It really is this time.
I'm more awake than when we started the show. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
There we go.
Even Nova walked out into the kitchen. She says, "God, I feel really tired and I'm dizzy." So everybody's feeling this shit. Everybody's feeling these planets.
Oh, look!
Wow.
Good music. Yeah, Robert, thank you. I saved a copy of this today.
Nice.
That's the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid. Underneath, look, those divots and black dots, those are craters on Attu's moon.
Wow.
How many hundreds of times have we seen that, Christopher? A lot lately.
Many.
We've been seeing the craters. That is Saturn's yellow moon in front of his Saturn. And the other part is Nibiru blue. It's 1, 2, 3. Same with that. See the straight lines at the bottom? Look at that. Oh, my God. I think that's entirely probably Nibiru.
Wow.
That is Nepesity with Attu in the upper left corner. This is the bottom of Uri, and then the yellow core in the way background is Saru core. This is the bottom of Uri. And Saru behind it. This is the bottom of Uri and Saru behind it.
No.
This is the bottom of Attu's moon, and that big patch in the upper middle left is the red asteroid and other smaller asteroids. This is the bottom of Nepesity.
Beautiful. Look at that.
Oh, I love this soundtrack.
I got that today. Very similar to that.
This again is the asteroids are coming in from the upper left in front of Attu's moon. The dragon has returned. Wow, that was weird. This is, of course, the upper middle is the long box cube is in that. It's on the right hand side of them. This is Nepacity again with her asteroids. And that is the bottom of Uri and her mini groups of asteroids visible throughout the entire picture. That is all the crap underneath at the bottom of Uri. Wow. That is the bottom of Nepacity and the side of Uri. A touch. That is junk cutting into the sun. That's probably asteroid debris cutting into the sun. Same with this. You can see everything on the left-hand side looks muddy, and on the right-hand side looks weird, which is the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon. And the halo was because the light was being cut off. Because it was not a sundog, because it doesn't go below the horizon from the photographer. That is the illumination of Saturn's yellow moon right there. This is the bottom of Atu's moon in the object cluster group red asteroid middle left bottom. And you can see the light clouding. Now remember, look what unlight is behind us. Atu beyond Earth. This again, yeah. Go back one if you can, Rebecca. Mm-hmm. That was almost it. Yeah, that one.
Wow.
Okay, the sun is going down in the left at that orange big blob right near where Theru is, which is why everything's orange. Okay, now that illumination above the water, that is the size of Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
And you draw a big circle about the size of a grapefruit from that bottom to the top, and you can see there's a big rounded purple area behind it up at the top. And then the ion tail, which is a darker color than the rest of the clouds on the other side. And it shouldn't be. It should be lighter because it's in the sunlight. Shouldn't the ones on the left-hand side be darker than the one on the right? No. But that's the ion tail coming off. Very large, illuminated, is Saturn's yellow moon. And the blue upper right corner is Saturn, much larger.
Wow.
So that shiny ball is the moon.
It's Saturn's yellow moon. That very large, currently very large, is Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
And nice atom is so perfectly round and red. You can see it doing this.
You can see it
straight. You can see it.
Look at it.
Bowl. Yeah, it's perfect. I gotta make a comparison.
Yeah, now look at the date. This is in February.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, that illuminated object is over the top of us at this hour, literally farther to the north, because we're looking at the sunsets in the west. It says southwest, but if the sun is setting, it's setting in the west. Let's hope. Of course, in February it sets in the southwest. He's right. So we are literally looking more west than northwest, but in this shot, so dead center is west, and now that is much larger and over the top of us at sunset and prior to sunset. So that's the best time to really, if you want to catch Saturn's yellow moon, that is the best time to go out and just sit and stare west by northwest by north and watch what comes in.
This was a picture, right
24.
Before it, and I noticed the shadow in the water. It's like a nice
look at that
shadow.
Yeah, and that's Nibiru, and then you see the red is Saturn, much smaller is Saturn, in front of it in the shadow, right by the hand railing on the middle bottom right.
Yes.
There's a red circle right there. And that's the facial difference between a Saturn's yellow moon on the side of, and I believe this picture is probably Nibiru.
Wow.
In February. Everything to the right of the sun is, and that's why it's bell flaring like that. That's why we can't actually see the sun per se itself, because there's a cutoff going on that's flaring all the light out.
Sure.
And that's big area to the right is probably most likely Nibiru. And land masses and lower clouds, etc.
Wow.
And you keep all of that in mind, and then you keep remembering which side is what planet on which side of the sun, the monthly sight drawing, and you will be able to see, okay, because the light is behind us. We're looking at the bottom.
That's awesome.
Two different things, and then the third different color of light, and it's the asteroids, Atu's moon. Here again, that illuminated bottom with the straight lines on the left-hand side is the bottom of Uri. That's Uri base cloud being illuminated from underneath. And you have a greenish hue dead center with a dropping central core, so that tells me that's the bottom of Nepacity dead center. You can see a sort of a greenish blue, but you can also see the back dark side of Nepacity moving to the right. But Nepacity is rising and getting smaller now, too. So, and that would mean that Atu and Atu's moon are beyond us and behind us, which they are. And once you start to see the planets and know how they rotate, your mind will suddenly start realizing where we are and where they are, and then you'll be able to see them easier. Because they always move. And that is the side of Uri rising higher. And that illumination could quite easily be Matim to the left of the sun. Because we've noticed there's been something going on. And that's a cutoff halo. That's a cutoff light halo. That means something's going in front of the sun. Now this is an actual sundog. Notice where the ring goes.
Right.
The overall circle in the picture is going below the horizon line to the photographer. This is an actual sundog. But I will point out, look at the illumination in the upper left middle. That is not the sun. Is that Matim shining at us just beside Uri?
Huh.
Or and including the tan asteroid, because there is a reddish object in that as well. And that is all right in that same area, and this is why I don't think I've caught the fact that I believe Matim is here. Because I've been grouping them together thinking they were one group of objects, and they're not. So our depth angle is changing. This again is another sundog because we cannot judge. It's most likely a cutoff. I don't see a refraction in the circle, but I do see the blue lines. So therefore something is cutting it somewhere. This again, you should go back to that one.
Yeah.
The purple one.
This one?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is, okay, the sunset is going on again at the end of that railing on the left. Okay, but it's already gone down. So everything that we're looking at is most likely, now the moon is in the shot as well. That's in the middle up and above. But everything in the upper right corner is the Saturn's yellow moon in front of his Saturn. And behind that blue area all the way across the sky is Nibiru.
Wow.
Right.
And the lead asteroid is the big circle just to the right of the light out at sea on the horizon in the middle right. Find the light at sea at the horizon line. There's a little dot of light, which is a ship. Remember, I'm looking at this on a very big screen.
Right.
What is this small orb?
You go up an inch and over.
The white dot.
The light, the orb above the mountain in the dead center is the moon.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay, look at the date, 1:15. We had full moon around that time. Okay, the light at the horizon on the right-hand side on the sea level. Look at the ocean line, the horizon line of the sky and the sea. There's a light. That's a boat. Okay, just raise up about an inch above the boat and move over to the right, and you will see the lead asteroid in front of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I clearly see it myself.
Ta-da!
And for
I missed you guys this week. It's cool.
It's there.
Yeah.
Look at that thing.
And we see all of this stuff in there, and there's so much going on that sometimes you lose the little nuances, and a lot of this jumps out at me and grabs me. This is again an example of both sides coming into the one mash at the same time. We have a better side view. This is, of course, the left-hand blob stuff is the asteroids, and this is the right hand again. So we're looking at Saturn's yellow moon is middle right all the way to the upper right, and then his Saturn is in front of it. Now notice the odd yellowing illumination on the left. How the sun is yellow. That's because something's cutting in from the far left in front of the sun. And if you only look, the cookie's been bitten into. It's not a full circle. Right. It's a cutoff, probably from, it could be lead asteroid doing that. By the look of it. But this is Saturn's yellow moon and his Saturn. And if you look at the illumination at the horizon on the right-hand side, it's actually daylight. But if you look in front, dead center of the picture, it's not daylight. And this is that really weird illumination I've been trying to point out to everybody for weeks and weeks and weeks, going, things don't look right. You got to start looking not only at the sky, but where the shadow of everything is. And judge the sun. Look at the rainbowing around the sun here. It's being cut into. There's again another blue object. Isn't that funny? There's a blue object cutting in, much larger than normal blue object cutting into the side of the sun. Wonder what that is. This is a right cut in. There's something cutting in from the right, and that's why the flaring, although part of that is a sea trail going across the picture. And this is, of course, the bottom of Uri again, and all the debris, everything on the left-hand side of the sun, and all of that gray cloud is debris. This is, of course, the right-hand side again is Nibiru, and that striped weird thing in the middle is Saturn's yellow moon, flame-like stripies.
I will need to go to bed
over
soon.
And over again, we see it around the world. Well, then go to bed, Gillian.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of looks like the really big, very close to Texas cube.
Look at that stuff.
That's freaky.
Wow.
Have that conversation. That again is very large. It's Saturn's yellow moon. That big circular area on the right is the Saturn's yellow moon, very large. Wow. See the ion tail again.
I was going to say ion tail. I was just going to say that.
Ion tail is at the horizon on the side. Over and over and over again.
Wow.
Look at the sun, though. That looks like it's a double glow thing.
Well, it's because it's being cut off from both sides again, and then so it's flaring out, breaking into. That's why it flares, because it pinches between, it comes out. Otherwise, we see a big circle.
Yeah, it goes into something that's like a sun tunnel. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, when it comes out and it magnifies and changes, this is going through the atmospheres. There again, that's the ion tail again off the face of Saturn's yellow moon. And it wouldn't be in the sky except for this. Look at the normal clouds. What you're looking at, everything in this is planet. Mm-hmm. From middle left to the entire right side is planets, plural. You're looking at a Saturn's yellow moon, a Saturn, and the top edge of Nibiru is in the middle upper top of the picture, upper middle left. And you can see the color variations: deep blue, sort of a multiple colored, it's kind of a purple, but we know his Saturn is red, and the white ion tail is all around the facial of Saturn's yellow moon, over and over and over again. And if you look in the water, the reflection was in the water as well. There again, is Saturn's yellow moon in the middle right-hand side. That looks like the bottom of Uri with a touch of nepacity behind it to the right. That is the side of Uri cutting into the sun.
Wow.
I get confused with that. The picture.
Look at the shadow.
When everything gets all
look at the shadowing on the water. Shows you the side edge of Uri.
And look at the light being clipped off. You could see the curve right there where it's clipping it off.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side, too. There's a big straight line on the right-hand side, edge of a planet.
Yeah.
Great capture, 2023.
Yeah.
That is a great capture. That is awesome.
Uri back then was massive. Just it was, still right in front of us all the time. It was just massive. Now it's rising up and getting smaller.
I was just going to tell Gillian this is almost done. Like a couple of minutes of, and I'll be done.
Yeah, I'm just mesmerized. They're so beautiful.
Yeah, we keep seeing repeated patterns.
Look at the carve on that.
Well, we are all Nibiru-aholics all the way across the board here, and we're watching these skies and the repeating patterns, and that's the red asteroid and little sister, easy as pie. This again is the hook bottom of Nepesity and the asteroids around her on the dates 2023. This again is the bottom tipped axis of Nepesity. Again, you can see the green.
Right. Yeah, those are perfect.
And the base core and all of that. Yeah, Nepesity was cutting off the sun for quite a few years. Yep.
Robert's been doing this for so long as well. Yeah.
But he was there before us, wasn't he? Was he there before us?
So many people come and go, and then you have those that stand the test of time, which are much less of us, but it's really nice. Robert's one of them. Definitely goes way back.
Was he there before us?
I don't know before, but I know he's one of the first people I've met. He's one of the first people I've met. I know that.
He's been a Skywatcher member for many years.
I'll see if I can look
we
it
can
up.
Ask him.
I'm curious.
Oh, by the way, I didn't mention that phone call was that phone call was from my friend Daniel in Louisiana, and he didn't know we were on having a live podcast, and I told him to watch the show, and then I told him he should be a guest as well. He's a former Montana Skywatcher member that actually went away entirely from the internet, and they live off grid mostly, and they just sort of gave up on the whole Wahoo, and he lives down in the old swamp and all that. So he's a very smart man, a good friend of mine.
Daniel.
And every once in a while when his bells are, and he's an old Montana Skywatcher 1 member, I believe, and maybe 2, but he goes back many years, and then they backed away from the net and the drama, and not believing the news, and some people, and I do want to mention that again as well.
I bet it's stress level.
If you're not watching the news, right? If you're not watching the news, then you're uninformed. But if you are watching all of the news, then you are misinformed, and you still have the work and the diligence to seek the truth in between all the lies, both from the right conservative to the left liberal extremities, and in between. And be cognizant and judge your science as well as your information, including geopolitical or ecological or economical and everything else. And I try to study all of that as I can, so I can give the correct opinion and not talk out my nose. But
kindly with your friends, Sam. I'd rather just say bye to all of it. That would be my solution. I
keep chuckling. Can you guys?
That's my dream. That would be my dream retirement. It's just to fucking just all of it, just buy. I think you guys would be the only people I would keep in touch with. People who are seeing the plans. But other than that,
it crossed my mind earlier. What are we going to do when they leave?
We got lots of pictures. We have all.
If the internet's still functioning, if we still have a society and generators and electricity and all that crap. Believe me, I don't want any of that to happen, but it's all within the realm of possibilities of the passing of the planets, because we still don't know what's going to happen. This summer, B next year, or and the transition of these planets is not instantaneously. Okay, they're gone now. We know they were very slow in the coming, and we know that they're also very slow in just now coming to the point where we're completely underneath them, rather than at a glancing angle towards us and then passed away from us. And then now they are moving up and above and beyond us. And so this is new and it's exciting. But I don't know what the hell we're going to do when these planets are gone. We're going to be bored stiff if I'm even here still.
Well, you know what? Okay. I see Robert was in Montana Skywatcher. So far I've scrolled back to 2018. So he's been around several years. But
kind of like us.
I've seen some captures I have never seen before. Like I feel like I found a treasure chest or something. Jesus, you should go look at Montana Skywatcher 1 and pull up Robert's pictures. I don't know. They're really awesome. I'm going to go back and look through them later.
I'm gonna have to
so see, there's undiscovered treasures in here. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I did that the other day. I looked back at a file of other people's pictures, and it was just like, holy crap. I remember that one and that one and that one and that one and that, It's like,
there's things we've never seen before.
Yeah, I seen a reel that popped up from 3 or 4 years ago, and it had like 2 orbs in it. I'm looking at it, and as I look now, I go like, "Oh my God, look at that! That's a lead up."
Can you imagine the millions of pictures that Montana Skywatcher or Montana Skywatcher 2 or Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Nibiru Followers Anonymous 2 or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous or all? Can you imagine the pile of pictures that we have amassed? There's nobody else out there that has this information categorized the way we do, and then the ones that I save on my computer every day, and yet everything that all of us sends goes to those sites, and it gets cataloged and logged, and wow.
The Montana Skywatchers must have all the good stuff because only the seasoned Skywatchers get on that one. So I would imagine that file is a lot cooler. I mean. I'm sure Montana Skywatcher.
I have to admit, I haven't added any new members this week at all.
Yeah. So there's experienced shots, experienced shares, and posts there. So I'm gonna have to go through that.
I use that for a repository library a lot of the times. I'll send stuff to Montana Skywatcher 1 that I want to see again later. Whereas 2, there are more people talking actively, and so I'll drop in a bunch of other stuff in there, and then try to interact with people there. But for the most part, the seasoned ones go to Montana Skywatcher 1, and then I review everybody's stuff there, and then I like it and like it and like it and watch it and look and look and look. But I haven't been commenting on Skywatcher 1 as much as I usually would. But then I'm also talking on Nibiru Followers Anonymous more and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous more, and talking to those folks. And then we have dozens of other sister sites that we're always sending information to, and then we had a death in the family today, ladies and gentlemen. It's a sad day. The living room TV died.
Oh, no.
My largest TV that I was getting a huge amount of YouTube weather research information from regularly has passed away. It was so very young. It was only 2 years old, and I paid a fortune for it. Or it might have been 3 years old. I don't know if you're going to release track of that. No, I don't.
So
wanna,
did you
I don't
completely lose the picture on it?
Yeah, it finally now you can't. You finally cannot. Before it went slowly. It had a long sickness followed by a sudden death. Now you can't turn it on anymore. It turns on, but
That's
you can't see
tragic.
anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I have to recycle it or just carry it to the garbage can and
that's a thing, because we've got new garbage cans now, so I wonder which ones I would put things like that.
No, I could barely fit it in my car, the box. Unfortunately, when you buy a TV, you don't think about taking it home, and I almost couldn't fit it in. The box was bigger than the TV, of course, but it barely fit in my car. And I have a minivan, so you know how big that damn thing was. Anyway. It died.
Yeah.
So some of my weather studies has been hampered. Now I got to come in the other room and actually look it up. Before I would be handed in smart TV suggestions they hand you when you're on a certain genre. They keep handing you videos on television in the living room. Right. But on the computer that doesn't happen, and they don't suggest as heavily on the computer. But anyway, so I just figured we publicly mourn the death of TV now that I have to replace it again. It'll take me months to replace a new one. Until then, I'm going to watch my 13-inch screen TV that's on my table. It only gets there. There's an air antenna, and there is no smart, no YouTube. So it sucks. Anyway,
yeah.
So keep those cards and letters and donations and buy. No, go ahead. Let's go back to work.
Yep. I think Gillian has got to go to bed, y'all.
Yeah,
Is that what we're doing?
4 hours, and
I hear you.
I've got to go to work.
I know you do. It's probably what 1 a.m. for you. 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Shh, don't tell them.
Whoops. But I had your video. It's ready. It'll be ready for next Saturday.
Oh, have you got my video?
Ready.
You said you were busy making it, eh?
Yeah, I made it. So, but we can, it's like 7 minutes. If you want to do it tonight.
I'll stay for 7 minutes if you want.
7 minutes? Okay. All right. Hang on a second. This happens every time. I think it's ready, and then I'm like, I go to get it, and it's not there.
Hey, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
I mean, I know. I mean,
yep.
Being on live and stuff, it's a great feeling. When things go wrong.
The old actor saying, never work with animals on live television.
Right. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Oh, it always blows up. Just ask, Johnny Carson, Jay Leno, you name. Anytime they ever bring out an animal, it's always a disaster.
Oh, Gillian, we're going to have to wait.
That's super trouble.
Sorry. I just realized it's not done. It's not loaded. It's about halfway.
Good night, Gillian.
It's going to take too long. We'll do it next Saturday for sure. It'll be ready by then.
I like to tease you.
Good night. It's good seeing you again.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what's wrong with my tablet. I hope I didn't kill my tablet. My tablet didn't charge.
Oh, man. That's what happened to my old phone. It just stopped charging one day. It just won't charge.
Yeah, but I love this tablet. It's my YouTube, like Sam's TV, who says YouTube.
Right. And Christoper sent me a picture.
Battery.
Christoper sent me a screenshot of his cell phone, and it actually had a little temperature gauge, and it said something about overheated. It was overheated, but it had a message I'd never seen on a cell phone before. It was kind of like, okay.
Christopher looked tired. Looked very tired.
That too. Yeah, he did look tired.
Well, we are, like I said, Nova came out. She says, I feel really tired and I feel really dizzy. We're all.
Are you back, Christoper?
Sorry.
Yeah, all of us are really tired, and it's horrible, and I don't know what the hell's wrong with me.
Maybe Tim's dragging on us because it feels very.
I was seasick for 2 days again a couple of days ago. It's like, oh my God, where is this coming from? And then I was hearing weird shit, and it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Can you describe what you were hearing?
Well, it sounds like a plane that goes over but doesn't quit. You can hear it coming and going in most planes. But this was one that sounded like it was really high, and yet it sounded like somebody was parked outside across the football stadium with a car radio on. But there wasn't, because I went outside and you could still hear it, and it was directional, and it wasn't. And I went around the yard, and it's not, being blocked by the house. And it was weird. It was like there was a lot more going on than just sound, and it was just odd. And I heard it for like 25 minutes, and it was just weird.
Yeah, because I saw
it wasn't a nearby baseball game. It wasn't anybody with a car stereo in the neighborhood, and that I could tell. It was just weird sounding. But then, right now my ears are ringing like crazy anyway.
And now I'm going to start again, so I better go to bed. I have to go to bed, or else I'll start on again about there was like a lump of rock in the sky, and it looked like a little hole opened up. A little black thing came out, and the light was still on inside it. And then there was other little pinpricks of light all over this thing. It was so weird.
Sounds like the Empire orb and smaller craft.
Wild man.
Yeah, Gillian.
I did send the pictures to Rebecca, and she will make it for next week. So
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk
I
to you
can see
Guys,
that.
I'm out of time too. I'm gonna have to go to work.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Robin.
Sure.
downtime. I'll see
We
you, brothers and
totally
sisters, later.
understand.
All right.
Bye.
Good night,
Bye,
Bye,
Gillian.
bye.
Gillian. Have a-
Bye.
Bye,
Good
everybody
night,
out there.
Gillian.
Mwah. Love to all.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Okay.
I'll see you guys next week.
right.
You know,
And drive
So-
careful.
Sure.
it's
Yes, have a-
Pride week. It's Pride weekend, so we
Uh-huh.
kind of busy in the town. So, and I just didn't go. But I'm out of time. But I'll see you guys next week.
Right.
Good night.
Perfect.
All right. Have a good week.
Yeah.
You
Good
have a-
night.
You have a good night,
evening.
guys. I'll see you next
You
week.
too, Jesus.
Bye, Sam.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night. Good night.
Okay.
God, oh, those old
There we
songs,
go.
man. Something's been, I mean, I've been haunted all week by show tunes that you never, as a teenager, never wanted to hear, but that's what your parents had on the TV. And now those songs that I never, ever even liked are coming back out of the blue. And who the God is driving this monkey bus? I mean, whoa.
This is from my weather guy, my local weather guy. Look what he's put. Record cool. In the comments, he had the highs would be around the 60s and 70s.
Right. Yeah. There's
For the
another
10th of
Arctic
June.
blast coming in regularly. That one right there.
I'm
went
so
June 9th.
happy.
That is over the top
so
of us
happy.
and hitting Montana right now. And that's
Yay.
that's why we have 71 degrees today. We're cold. And
This-
the other night we had a frost, and that cold bubble is about to go that way.
uh,
And these are these uniform circulating low pressure systems I keep talking to everybody about, that they're not showing on TV. You got to go actually watch the radar, the real radar, like NexRad and stuff like that, real cloud radar, to watch what's going on. And they're not giving that to the public. And these rotational storms, that cold front, when you see the bottom of Texas down there and it says above, and you see at the bottom of Louisiana there it says above, and you see in the middle of Florida it says above, and that cold front meets all of those aboves, you are going to see freak lightning storms from hell. Well, tornadoes, sheer wind, large hail, because when the cold and hot meet each other, this is obviously a rotational storm again. And it's being jet stream driven. So that means a rotation of higher winds aloft. And then the circulation and the gathering of the Pacific Ocean moisture coming into the Gulf of Mexico, which it never used to do. And that added moisture of those tropical temperature moist winds is what's going to create these superstorms all summer long. And you're going to see Texas is going to get bombed, Louisiana will get bombed, Florida will get bombed, all the way up the East Coast with this next storm around June 9th.
Wow.
10th,
There's a few more
11th.
things I saw going on. SO2.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, this is Iceland
Whoa.
fires.
That means
Wow.
there is a new crack fissure opened up, which is actually, we're looking from the left to the right, is north to south. South is, of course, on the left, and north is on the upper right. That
Right,
crack
Rick.
is leading toward England
Wow.
into the North Sea, and I did not know. So that is underwater volcanic activity.
Wow.
That's underwater earthquake or volcanic activity. There's a new larger fissure opening up underneath the North Sea. How interesting.
Wow. Look how big
See
it
that
is.
island in the middle of the page on the right-hand side? That's an island. That whole fissure is opened up under the ocean.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wow.
I have
Maybe.
never seen that before.
Hmm.
Well, it's hot. Well, that whole area is splitting apart. And that's what Iceland has been created by. Iceland, there's a crack opening up, and the void in between the hot lava seeps up and fills in. And that's where Iceland came from. And the same with that little island on the right-hand side in the middle. Yeah, they had
So the
hail
temperatures
because,
dropped 50 degrees in I don't know how long period, but it dropped 50 degrees and dropped 2
yeah, they
feet
had
of hail.
mega storms today as well. And this could be a up and close passing bomb
Yeah.
run, and it drops all the hail and drops the temperature because it's very high aloft, super, super way up there in the air, holding all that hail and ice, and then it just dumps it when it pulls away. And we're going to see this all summer long until that moisture from the Pacific Ocean stops coming over the top of the Mexican Rockies, which it never, ever used to do. And because the transition in the jet stream in the tip of the Earth, I don't think it's going to quit.
I agree, Rick. It's like
it's
every
like
day,
adding a second fire
so
hose to the storm, Yeah, and we're going to see drastic, dire weather. And I'm inclined to look back at Gordon Michael Scallion's map, his future map. For those of you, you can look that one up. If you look at Gordon Michael Scallion's future map, that whole area of this, anywhere from Texas going all the way up to parts of the East Coast, is all laden and submerged and pond-like, and you name it. And if this moisture keeps coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, out of the Pacific Ocean, over the Mexican Rockies, into the Gulf, slamming into all of the storms of the normal jet stream, the cold and the hot and the cold and the hot. And we're going to continue to have these freak superstorms dragging up debris 60, 80,000 feet. Because this is too, hot and a cold slamming into each other. And then you get divergent rotation, which creates superstorms and supercells and all of that. Yeah, there were since April, the end of April, there's over 700 reported tornadoes, and that does not include the ones that were not reported. And this behavior, it stems from that moisture that comes up from over the Mexican Rockies into Texas, into the Gulf of Mexico, C-74 in Texas, and it goes northward into Oklahoma and up to Kansas and Nebraska and Iowa and Missouri and Indiana and Illinois, Indiana, and then into Pennsylvania, and 27 in West Virginia, 18 in Kentucky and Tennessee, etc. I'm wrong, 14 in West Virginia, but 27 in Kentucky, 18 in Tennessee, 20 in Georgia, 11 in Arkansas, 28 in Louisiana, 39 in Mississippi, Georgia, et cetera, 41 in Florida. And that all has to do with that moisture barrier that's being dumped over the top of the Mexican Rockies into the Gulf of Mexico, which is a change to the jet stream that's normal for our hurricane season as well. And that will add extra moisture and extra rotation and extra spin to anything that goes into the Caribbean Gulf. And once a rotational storm coming across from Africa, going westward into the Caribbean and into the Gulf, hits that material, it will then get added moisture, added temperature, and then increased size of storm and formation proximity in faster periods of time, faster formations, etc., all the way from the Yucatan Peninsula, northern South America as well. And you'll see storms rise up from that area and become superstorms in the Gulf.
I've discussed, this is what they're telling
entirely
people,
possible.
That it was a ratio.
Yeah, well, at least it's in the right area. A rare, it's not rare anymore, people. Yeah. These derecho calls are happening. How many times a year now? So therefore, it's not even rare. If it was a straight line, if it was a sandstorm, got the derecho. If it's a weather storm, it is not. It's the formation of an on-land hurricane having hurricane strength where it winds anything above 74 miles per hour. And you can't call it a derecho if it has wind speeds above and has a rotational storm. If it's a straight line dust storm, that's a derecho. And it only happens in the southwest of America. That is what a real derecho is. But they have, of course, sugar-coated and then covered over the top of it. And people have heard derecho so many times, they're now getting numb to it. And that's, goes like back when they were talking about bomb cyclones. Well, a cyclone is a hurricane, and it bombs you from where? So, you have to ask the question. Hottest summer on record for us, yes. That will happen, but that red dot's going to be bigger.
Hey, I'm just glad I get a few days of 60s and 70s. Yeah. I wonder how long it's going to stay cool.
Hey, pray to God the Northwest gets enough water so we don't have forest fires from hell this year. Oregon, Washington State, Northern California, let them have rain. Oh, please.
Yeah.
Montana, we've gotten a bunch. We're pretty good. I don't want too much because last year here up in Montana, we had our grass storms, our grass fire. And it went right past my house and almost burned up my house.
God.
Yeah, it was pretty spooky. And it goes by really quick. It only takes 10 minutes. And in the case of these tornadoes that went through in the last few weeks in poor Texas all the way to Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida even. In the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks has been absolute hell for this country. So many thousands of people have damaged homes around the country. And it went away. They're not even talking about it anymore. It's like, what? They're talking about the Trump trial. And its verdict. And I hope you guys figured out that one. Not giving a political statement, but he was found guilty on all 34 counts in the political hush money case. So anyway, that's the jury, 12 strong. Independent people from many different cultures to form that jury. And that's how our system of justice works. Anyway, moving on. We are at 4 hours, 18 minutes, and 19 seconds. Welcome to my insanity.
I know, it's just flying by. I do have that video ready for the current events.
Cool.
So
go.
Look at here. Get it going here. Okay.
There's a tornado. Fuck. There's a tornado!
And he's smiling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck around. Oh, just wipe. Oh, Rita! Fuck! God damn it.
Gone in 60 seconds.
Man.
Yeah. Whoa.
Over 700 reported tornadoes in the last 3 weeks.
Wow.
And tornado season starts today.
Yeah.
Oh, it just starts today.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Today.
I did not know that. Today.
Yeah, June 1st.
Wow.
And I've been screaming about the 180-day cycle and all the crazy shit that was about to happen. I can't make that rhyme. I'm sorry. I don't have any other way to tell everybody that we are in deep shit, Sally. We are in trouble. Our weather this year is going to be catastrophic. It's going to be much larger than anything we expect, and it's going to happen way faster than we expect. And the storm that just went on in Texas again today, and those are dueling sisters. Yeah, it does, the music. Pink Floyd. Sandstorm. Now that was a derecho. This is a rainbow. Where the rain went. After the rain bomb. Look at that core. 1, 2, 3. Whatever that is.
Yeah.
That is some sort of weather event that's on setting. Now it could be, they did have a huge avalanche in, I think, Taiwan.
Wow.
And they think about 2,500 people died. Don't quote numbers, but they were quite high in one village alone. So this entire, and they're buried deep under some really deep stuff, so they're having a hard time bringing them up. Lightning only strikes once. It's purple.
How do you get him out? Windshield?
Oh my God.
Bust it, baby. Be careful, be careful. Ivy, video. Hey, call 911, Ivy.
Whoa. Jeez.
I think there's more flooding than really anything that,
Yeah.
you know, overall going on.
Yeah, look at this guy. That's my worst nightmare right there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's like, where do you go when you're right by the ocean?
Right?
রিকশার প্রায় গদি ডুবে গেছে দেখেন অবস্থাটা। এটা হচ্ছে মুরাদপুর, ওই যে ফ্লাইওভারের নিচে মাজারের ওখানে আইল্যান্ড।
হলো আজকে সকালে আবার ভিডিও এখানে কি বলবো কিছুই নেই খবরে ছিল দেখেন যে অনেকগুলো ভেঙেগুলো সবসময় আছে এখানে 3টা ঘর ছিল এখানে মাত্র একটি ঘর আছে একটি ঘর আছে দুটি ঘর আছে এই যে বর্তমান আর এগুলো মোহনা আর এই গাছগুলো তো শক্ত হয়ে গেছে
It is not CO2 sequestration. It is climate change. Planet is tipped. Weather has changed. Jet streams have changed. Even the flow pattern in the northern hemisphere of the weather used to go one way, and then the flow pattern in the southern hemisphere went the other. And that stopped a few years ago. Our worldwide weather is going the same direction in both hemispheres. It's completely wrong. Now, this year, there were African sandstorms that reached all the way up to Germany.
Wow.
And that also has to do with the fluctuating jet stream. And the noodle-like, rather than straight around the planet in circles, now it's noodling. It's swimming like a snake rather than a straight line. And these cut-off lows, when they break free of the jet stream, they become a spinning rotational body of air and water. It has different temperatures from where it's going to, and that transition creates a lot of these storms.
Wow.
Cut-off lows and variance in the jet stream and different mountain ranges than the weather used to travel, and all of the changes in latitude and everything is affecting what used to be normal, and we don't have normal anymore. And we are not going to have a normal summer. God, I took one bite of pizza and now all of a sudden I got the hiccup. You pay for it. Okay, the Wizard of Oz theme song just pops into my head.
Okay.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
Yeah.
We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto, and the weather is right there.
Just
you
like
go.
That. Like that.
Oh, Johnny M's house to
drop a house.
Another realm.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
To the Emerald City we go. Yeah, you don't want to be near one of those because they can pick up a piece of metal and sling it around in circles and then jam you. And there's this guy, oh, I'm calmly filming this, you bet.
Right.
Yeah, meanwhile. And this is an area where they don't see snow.
Right.
I think it was in Mexico that it also did that too. They had flooding and ice and everything.
Yeah. all the hail.
Gosh.
Yeah. And that's that jet stream that's going over the top of them that's not normal. It's very moisture, and then it goes over the Mexican Rockies, and then it dumps into the Gulf of Mexico. And that is highly, highly volatile, brand new jet stream I've never seen before. And that weather is going to pump over the Rockies, hit the Gulf, and hit Texas and Louisiana, and go all the way up to the East Coast, and then out into the Atlantic Ocean. Then it's going to get to the UK, and that weather formation just stays and it holds together. It used to be when hurricanes hit land, they would decay and then break up into a tropical storm. But now in the northern hemisphere, they're actually forming on land in some cases. And those two are those cut-off lows. They're like snapping the whip, and then that weather goes off and takes off, becomes a superstorm. And we're going to see more and more of it. And like I said, today is the beginning of tornado season, and we've had over 700 reported tornadoes this year already, and thousands of people have got damaged homes. And a nice big CME burping off to the left on, what's the date on that? That was on the 5th of May. I think, excuse me, I'm wrong, the 27th of May. No, it went off till it wasn't Earth facing, it was away from us. But the sun activity is really freaky and also very, very, very magnified from what it's been in the last decade. So I do have reservations and fears of the activity of the sun. Looks like we lost Christoper.
Oh, sure enough. Yeah, did not see that till.
Rotational. The sun is to their. The sun is to their right, so this is beyond Earth. So it was probably at 2 rotating right in front of them. This is not our normal.
Buti na lang ay naisad ba namin yung aming bangka. And hon, kung makikita nyo may nakalubog. At yung iba ho na bangka ay basag. Wala nang natira. At yung iba po yung mayan. Sa kanong bangka yan ay inaalalayan lang ng tao para maisalba pa.
It looked like outrigger canoes, so it could be Hawaii or Taiwan. Yeah, this was more of the tornado effect left from last week.
Yes, right.
I hate it when the sound goes and it messes with your head.
I know. Then it gets too quiet. There, I'm back. I'm here. People are talking to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a big metal. Tornado. Look at all of that
you know, a couple of weeks ago, there was a tornado to the north west, about 40 minutes away from Tulsa. Well, the same thing happened a few days ago in Claremore, which is, again, 40 miles like northeast of Tulsa. Pretty good size.
There was also a big one in northwestern Arkansas that went through and did a lot of damage. That didn't even, the area of spread and effect was far greater than was reported on the news. And this is going to continue, and we're going to see way, way, way more of this. And as you can see, the structures here are made of steel, and they did not last or stand up to these winds. And I think they're undergrading them slightly, but the danger is huge. And we're going to see a lot of this. And I hope we don't, but I don't see the weather changing. So spooky, and the path. Oh, unbelievable what these people lost. The money that is going out the window here. The years of work that all these people put together for their household and the love of their yard and their cul-de-sac or whatever you want to say. And now all of it in 20 minutes it's gone.
Well, it's like Esther's mother, you know, I mean, she's having to stay at a hotel an hour outside of her hometown because that's the closest they can find. You know, it's just totally uprooted her.
I'm still fixing roof damage that we got. We had a storm, and I think it was 2018-ish, and I'm still fixing the damage.
We know that it wasn't. So they said, hey, we're going to...
Yeah, we went through that before. That was a brand new meteorological service that had a glitch. There has been more talk about it.
It does keep happening. That's what this is about. It's like the fourth time it's happened now. It's not...
Well, let's say perhaps that the machine it doesn't know what it's reading. And it is trying to interpret a different set of scenarios going on that could entirely be going on.
Yeah. Okay.
But not in the manner that, because we cross-checked, there was no 80-foot wave.
Right.
Because we went into shipping records and all and checked the water on that date and everything, and there was no 80-foot wave.
Right.
So therefore, it's a computer anomaly. And it was on a brand new company also that everybody bought into. And they had just launched, you know, a couple of days earlier. And so it's entirely, you know, possible that it's misreading the information. Or their misinformation campaign seriously failed.
That is sad. Too hot.
Hydrate, build houses.
In terror and disbelief. An entire village now buried by
Papua New Guinea. Yeah, this is that avalanche I was talking about.
In a desperate search for loved ones. It's not known
they believe over 2,000 people died.
Access to the village is blocked. Locals are finding their own way through. The landslide has also cut access to a nearby town and a major mining site. Australia is ready to help.
We've only...
Yeah. I hope they save some of that water. You know, I hope they don't let it all run away. You know, the Romans, they built these huge underground aquifers. And the only people really doing that is, I believe, Germany and Japan right now. Japan has huge aquifers as well. And they're massive, expensive projects, but they take care of their people.
Yeah.
And we let all of this water that we're getting keep flowing into the ocean, which is adding to desalinization and pollution. Because floodwater is really drastically polluted. All kinds of things floating around in it. From gas to oil to you name it, to pesticides to fertilizer to garbage to you name it. And we should have some way to plan for that to block any serious major flooding in populated areas so we can actually filtrate the water prior to releasing it back to nature. Yeah, China just continues to really have nothing but problem. They've been in trouble since last year. Over and over and over, weather-wise, over and over again, month after month after month. Flood to storms to you name it all. For the last year, the Chinese are really suffering weather-wise.
They seem to have regular heat waves too. I've noticed over the
Yeah,
summers.
yeah, and this is their growing and planting season, and they've had hailstorms from hell, which have beat the shit out of their crops, and they're going to have a really bad production. And Gillian and I were before the show talking about the projections for starvation and hunger and crop loss for the year already, and we haven't even entered the second quarter. So, yeah, this hail kills produce from trees to you name it, and we had a froster this year that might actually affect our cherry crop up here in Flathead Lake, in Montana, and apple. So I would be prepared to grow as much food as you could, and if you're into canning, do so. If you're not, learn about it. Then there's economic news that doesn't paint a very pretty picture. So it is kind of concerning. Our entire national debt ratio is about to go past a milestone that is kind of important and really not going to help our inflation or recessionary scenario much. And you can look that up in economics through the discussion of what even Warren Buffett talked about this week. So you can look that up. We in trouble, folks. And I hate to say that, but oh, thank God I don't have the crickets.
It could be worse, right? You could be covered in crickets.
We had a bunch of them about 5 years ago. We did have, but not that bad. But we did have a heavy amount of crickets one year. And Yuma, California, Colorado, excuse me. Yeah, they had a nasty storm a week ago, I believe. And that was that cold front that went through here and then nailed us really bad. And then it went down to them. And then that caused a whole bunch of the second round of the serious tornadoes that went and wiped out. And I believe 23 people died in that storm in the Midwest. And it's, let's not forget, there are some serious forest fires in Canada right now. And I have not seen information as to what happened with them. I know the smoke was bad enough last week that it infiltrated northern Minnesota and Wisconsin to toxic levels. So I have not heard anything beyond that. So if you can look that up and get that information to us, we'd appreciate it.
I've not heard much about that
I could
either.
look it up. I imagine I could look it up, but I hadn't thought about that. That looked like a lightning strike pattern on the grass.
It was. Yes, it was.
And a garbage can over the top of a drain, a street drain. And for the most part, that garbage can is actually grinding like a blender any of the garbage that would be blocking that drain, so it's actually working. Yeah, this is the one where there was like 60 people in that storm inside that convenience store, and they all lived, luckily.
Yes. Yeah, two of the tornadoes hit
this is
RV
what I was talking about. Yeah, right. And people died in that one. This was northwestern Arkansas, and it was like Baker or something like that. But it affected all the way to the middle of northern Arkansas and all the way to Mountain Home, and had tree damage for many, many miles that they did not report. As this guy just found out, tree damage galore. Everything, in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, Springfield, etc. That area went through a huge part of that storm, and then it spent the next 2 days bothering everybody from South Carolina all the way to Virginia. And people think it's just them, but it's a much bigger area. Oh yeah.
How long do they stick around? Like, what? Do they just stay there for?
Well, it depends on whether, if they have food, they go along with the food and then they eat their way through it and then they move on.
I see.
Out before it was over. I felt the stair hit me, and then it was gone. I didn't think a tornado was gonna hit. I never do. One of my friends, she hates storms, so I wanted to make sure she was okay. And her husband or fiance said, "I'm coming to get you," and that's when I knew it was probably bad. I grabbed my baby, wrapped her in a blanket, and we took off running and ended up at his house. He threw us in the basement, and me, my daughter, her uncle, my friend, and their son were all huddled up, covering each other. We were watching the radar news thing that my friend Bailey had, and I could see it coming, and then I felt the pressure change, and that's when I covered her.
That was the basement that we're in.
Her fiance said, "Get down." So we all huddled together and we all covered the kids. One of their staircases fell on me, and I was covering so it didn't hit any of the kids or anyone. And I was more concerned about getting everyone out so we could get up to the hospital, because my daughter was bleeding a little bit, and I was more concerned about that than anything.
But everybody escaped,
yeah,
basically almost without
fine.
a scratch.
Yeah.
It's everything I've ever had. Years. But at the end of the day, as long as they're okay, it's garbage. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
What a monster. What a monster. Wow. I don't even know what to say. So close to him outside of right now. Yep. It's still moving away from us? Yep. We're gonna cross right in front of us. Stop right here.
I think that's it. That's something I've never seen in Oklahoma. We don't have tumbleweeds.
I got that. Oh my God. There's an elephant.
Mm-hmm.
No, the duck. Oh.
Mm-hmm. That was it. So that's just a small fraction of what was actually going on. I mean, there was several from TikTok I didn't even get downloaded, so I'll save those for another show. But still, I don't know if you can hear me, Sam, because I can't hear you if you're there.
I'm sorry, I did have my mute on. It was
yeah,
stupid.
you're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I watched countless hours of footage as well, and from Ryan Hall to y'all to Max Velocity and all of those guys, and that's why I spent time watching and not sleeping and trying to warn everybody. But because God, it was a super unbelievable situation, and every couple hours, just more and more tornadoes, and town after town after town, and that's why I was a little zonked last week. So.
Yeah.
Spooky.
I know what you're saying. How long did it take you to recover from all the talking? Like a day or two, or did you wake up the next day feeling?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Did I recover? That's what. No, I was doing housework and other stuff, and I tried to get the lawnmower running again and mow the lawn again.
Yeah.
But the battery was dead, so then I had to charge the battery. So now I'm going to do the lawn tomorrow. I hope I can get it started. It's a used lawnmower. So.
Right. Thanks, Maria.
Guaranteed for 1 year, and after the first year, you can't ever start the damn thing again. You know how that is.
It has been a good show today. It has. We've covered. There's covered quite a bit in our almost 5 hours. You know.
Well, I am still truly amazed that people don't see a whole lot more of what we talk about every day. I mean, just the generic stuff.
See, they have to go out and look for that information. That's why, because if they're just waiting for someone, for the news to show them or something, and they don't think about looking for that information, like they don't even realize they're clueless.
Yeah. Well, I see it on TV all the time. I go back. I've been watching Air TV again, and I don't know if you followed the Travel Channel with Rick Steves.
No.
Have you ever seen that where he goes to different countries? It's a create TV scenario thing. Rick Steves Travel Scope or something like that. And I was watching the other day. I'm watching a 2012, 2013 video of him showing Italy. And there in the sky, there sits Nibiru. It's like, oh shit, and I see it on TV all the time, going back, over a decade now. And the planets are in videos. And the trick is just, looking up. You just look, instead of looking down at your cell phone and where you're driving and using that little box inside your newer cars that tells you where to turn and all of that. You need to pay attention to what else is going on, especially when you stop in a big parking lot and then spend 5 minutes, doing the parking lot 360. And I don't know how people have missed, the intergalactic, huge, massive ships that are parked right over our freaking heads for, let's see, since 2019 they came out of hiding, let alone when they got here. I don't know how they missed that one either. Or those, because there were several arrivals that we documented. We watched them. We found out when they got here. Hi, Hector. Glad you're here. Greetings. Yes.
Yes, I was.
I don't know how everybody is missing this. I do not know. I cannot tell you, because I see it every time I walk out the front door.
Right.
It's just.
There is a certain percentage of people that do know something is up. They just don't know what. There's all the sky watchers out there that are talking about it. They don't understand. They think it could be the government making it happen or whatever, but at least they are catching on that something is different. Versus people
they're trying to pollute us with their sea trails, so that we can't. Yeah, we won't know nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being silly.
I know.
Yeah,
but
there's so much more going on. Oh my God! And it's the coolest sci-fi movie times 5 that you ever thought of, and it explains so much about even all the way down to religion and history and science, and you go into Graham Hancock or Velikovsky or Sitchin. All of this all fits. And all you got to do is do your homework, and then you start to go, oh, my God. There was a guy posting a video or a picture or a group of pictures where he was talking, and it showed all these different cultures showing 7 planets. And they were all identifying them as, they weren't calling them planets. They were calling them this, that, and the other thing. And I just looked at that, and I went, it's so simple. Okay. Those are the 7 planets of the Nibiru system, and you guys are completely misinterpreting it. Although the correlation is very well, worked and got all of them together, and you put it in one photo, and and he's trying to talk about their topic, and I'm going, and there's people that are hitting on the information, and yet they haven't correlated the binary system, the 2 stars, the 7 planets, the other people that live on these planets, and it's bigger and bigger and bigger than you can even imagine.
So, where does the idea come from that Nibiru is a craft? That it's a spacecraft? Have you heard?
I haven't heard that one.
You have not heard that? Oh,
well,
really?
We always hear about the mothership. No, I haven't heard that. Well, that boils down to the flat Earth people and all the crazy stuff.
It wasn't. It's people that have researched, old documents. I don't remember. It's been years since I've listened to people
maybe
talk
in the
about
most recent modern age of the internet, perhaps, but that's not any science I ever read in a book. Going many, many years back.
I want to say, I'll see if I can find it. There's one video I remember watching, but
you have
there's
to be careful where you get your information.
A lot of people mention it in the comments in our groups. I've noticed in my group.
In Sumerian,
Nibiru is a craft.
Nibiru means the planet of passing. And there's a lot of people that are, stuck on the only mothership I know about is Led Zeppelin. You can look that up. It's an album name, Mothership. And there is no mothership going to come down and save us currently. There's got to be a whole bunch less of us before we have any real contact, any more public contact. Although there is contact going on right now into many thousands of people regularly. And just because you haven't had contact does not mean it has not happened, because it happens all the time. And there's so much more going on, including the transfer of commodities and numerous flying ships over the top of us. We from on our websites that people send us pictures of. Created into a sci-fi opera or a rock opera, because nobody's going to listen unless we sing the song all day long.
Hi, Kingdom. Wow. Kingdom L. He's familiar. She is familiar with what I was saying. So I know I've seen it somewhere. Wow, I don't know the source of it, but anyway, I don't see it too often. But
that could be from one of the other religions on planet Earth. And point of view is of course where the gods live is on another craft, and a ship, or the things that cross the sky, and that's all interpreted and boiled down to point of view.
Steerable. Like it could be steered. that was something I remember.
We know that they have large craft, small craft, medium craft, gigantic craft. We know that one of them looks like the Death Star from Star Wars. We know that because we have hundreds of sightings of it throughout the last decade alone, and watching it come in in 2009, come through the Norway Spiral. And a lot of people, if you don't know about the Norway Spiral, do go look it up. There's so much information that we've worked on for so many years. You can't even. It's hard to bring up and add any levels of explanation to, even though the credence is so unbelievably high and long ago proven. And we do sometimes bypass what we see as mundane, and other people have yet to hear. And there's so much information that there's no other way to one word at a time, and one show at a time.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, I wish we could plug everybody in. I wish we could plug you into the Yeah. We try to talk to you about the cubes. We try to talk to you about the Star Destroyers. We try to talk to you about the Far-Seeing Academy or the remote viewing, and talk about the accuracy rate of Montana Skywatchers over the years with the drawings, and I don't think we actually back that up enough, because that is literally the basis of our correlation of fact.
I have a few new comparisons we can throw up here.
If you'd like to, go ahead.
Yeah, let me get those added here.
And we do, we do a lot of work on our sites that other people don't see in the weekly show, and we talk to a lot of people around the world every day.
That is true. A lot of our viewers are on mainly YouTube, so they don't catch all of this that we see on Facebook too.
Right. And it is really sorry. I'm scrolling. Hopefully I'm not going to stall out.
Okay.
And these, of course, are older ones that we've had around for a long time, and these are newer.
Oh, I was going to say, these are new. All of these ones are new.
Oh, okay. Wow. Sorry, I've seen them so many times.
I know. But yeah, this is current stuff.
Yeah, once you learn, the site drawings and what planet is where during a month to 2 month to 3 month period, you become familiar with it, and then you learn about the fact that no matter where the sun is during the day, that the site drawing is accurate, because the planets on the right usually stay on the right, planets on the left usually stay on the left. There's some variant between over the top of us and doing a little micro thing between Atu Moon and Atu and Nepesity, because they do this weird dance. But other than that, once you start to understand the site drawing and go outside and see it for yourself, and even if you were to somehow print yourself up a copy of it that you could take outside with you, it will make huge sense once you realize how to look above the normal clouds, look beyond the first layer of clouds, and look at stuff that doesn't move, especially if you go out there for a period of time. Look at the dark areas first, understand the lighting. And Rebecca and I have been doing it for so many years that we're very good at it. So we know ahead of time what everything is. Not ahead of time, but at real time. And we usually don't have to guess or scoff over things. And once in a while, it takes me 3 or 4 looks at something before I fully get what I'm staring at. But generically, we get so many representations over and over again from many, many different members, not just one, that it starts a trend. And then you're doing your day, and you go through 50 pictures and when 15 and 20 of them match, you go, okay, I know what I'm looking at. And this is, of course, the skull has been mega sighted this week, and that's the picture on the left and the comparison on the left. We've seen a lot of it reported at Skywatcher 2, and I believe on Montana Skywatcher Anonymous and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, I believe, this week. And of course, here's a Jesus picture and the old drawing from the 2021. And then I think a newer picture of the site of the Saturn's yellow moon, much larger than drawn in the comparative picture. And, we see this over and over and over again. And when it matches over and over again, it's real. Learn about the cutoff in light. Learn why the sky looks weird in the picture on the left-hand side in the upper corner. Learn why you're seeing what you see. Why the top of the sun is cut off. Because on the right-hand side is the draw, or draw over. And it shows you that Nibiru is cutting at the light. It's coming in between at sunset, and then it's going to be going to the north sky and the northwest sky, and then off to the east come morning. And start the process all over again. And we watched it for 14 years.
I figured that was what was going on, Christopher. He was telling us his phone overheated. So that's something new and different, to this degree. But thanks for letting us know. Hopefully
I had that happen like a week ago with my blue, and I vacuumed it.
That's nerve-wracking too, especially if it's your only phone.
Yeah, you get that warning, and oh no, I need this. Yeah, I saw your draw over on the top of this. I agree with it. You were right. You were correct. Base cloud and Nepesity.
And this was across. This is in the west at sunrise. Just keep that in mind. The sun is across.
Wow.
So.
Wow, at that time, apparently Nepesity is beyond. Interesting. Yeah, because the shadowing in front. So the bottom drawing doesn't really apply. It does, but it doesn't.
Yeah. Well.
And that would be the side of your
right.
It's sleeping with black on.
Yeah, it's not above the sun. You're right. That's true.
It's behind us and moving past Earth now. So we're going to get more facial illuminations of the planet. This, of course, is the side of Uri, the blue dark area, everything. And left-hand side Uri. It shows you there's a cut into the light, which is why it's bell flaring out. Because our sun ain't that big.
We see that often, in pictures and videos. the sunlight is huge. Okay, that was it. That's the last one. So
Good. I have sadly not been reading the comments because I've had it on large screen for so long.
Right.
Okay, have you got any more material, or do we wrap her up?
That's most of the newer stuff I've prepared. You know, I feel like we covered a good amount though in 5 hours. But did you want to keep going?
Yeah, we are. We are at 5 hours, and we don't need to repeat it last week where I'm falling asleep talking.
We're going to try to control ourselves. Yeah, I know. But still.
And I was just trying to be logical about it, and I looked up and it says 5 hours 7 minutes. Like, oh, okay, yeah.
Isn't that fun?
We've been talking. Yeah.
I know. It was kind of fun.
So quick.
It was our second longest show ever. That's kind of fun, I guess, if you're into records. But
yeah,
the longest.
But I figured we leave room for next week, and we did talk about everything that is current.
Yeah, right.
And so it'll leave us back up for more for next week. I always look forward to what's coming, and I know there's going to be really cool new things, even though some of it's going to be very scary. And keep looking up because oh my God, it's a freak show circus of sky I've never seen in my entire life, and I don't know how everybody doesn't see this stuff. But I guess that's why I'm here doing it, sharing it with everybody.
Right. Well, we appreciate you.
Experimental. I did not know you sent a parcel. I will look out for it. Thank you. Wonderful. I love mail. Awesome. I had not been to the post office in about 2 or 3 days, so I will look.
Perfect.
So I get my mail elsewhere.
How far is the post office from your house?
Let's wind it up and say goodnight to everybody. Oh, about 2 miles.
Oh, that's not too bad then. All right, good. Yeah, I figure we go ahead and wrap it up then.
Just hop in the car and go in there and come back.
Right. So, but it's strange not having anybody here but just me and you, but everybody had to take care of business, so it's all right.
Yeah,
but,
I was noticing that too.
It was
quiet. It was nice and quiet at the end there.
But thank you all for being here. I've
already got a throat thing going, and I've had, I'm on my third cough drop, and I think, okay, we're at 5 hours. We can wind it up.
It's still daylight, and we're hopping off. That's strange. So.
Yeah, it is. It is still daylight. Hey, I can go eat something.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, last week I was, sort of awake at the end there, and I don't want to do that again.
I like it too, experimental. It's fun. Okay, well then, I guess we'll go ahead and cut it off here. And
next week,
I know you all already know next Saturday, every Saturday, 3:00 Central. That's our new time spot. So anyway, but thank you, Sam, for helping and doing what you do.
Well, thank you for having me.
For sure.
Aloha from tropical Montana.
Awesome.
I'm back to work.
Okay.
We're going to, be studying on the skies here for, on Facebook and doing our jobs.
For sure. That's right. Everybody's
our day job.
In.
Yeah,
Nancy and Hector and Karen.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and end it here then, guys.
I'll make it easy.
Saturday. Right. Yeah. Help us out. Okay. Bye, Sam. Bye, everybody. See you next week.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.